Absence, early departure. Okay, call for any more? I'll have a movement to accept the apologies from somebody. Sayers and Fletcher in favour. Aye. Contrary. Carried. Thank you. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Before I call for declarations of interest, I'm going to invite any councillor who wishes to do so to make a personal statement or explanation about this item. Does anybody wish to make a personal statement?
Councillor Ferry. Councillor Ferry.
Councillor Ferry, you're welcome to.
Thank you.
Councillor Darby and Councillor Walker, who wish to make a statement. Okay, in that order. Ferry, Darby and Walker, please.
Thank you. I found out on June 6th that I had made 2 mistakes on my most recent elected member declaration in relation to Auckland International Airport Limited shares held by my spouse and indirectly through a trust I am a beneficiary of. In both cases, I acted to correct these errors on the public record the same day. The shares my spouse holds, noting it's a very small shareholding, are in the process of being disposed of, and the other shares are in a managed fund held by a family trust, and I can make no decisions about the holding or selling of those AIAL shares. I also stated on 6 June that I would follow advice from the Office of the Auditor-General as to whether or not these matters were a conflict of interest in relation to the airport share sale votes before us today. I have now received written advice from the Office of the Auditor-General and from Council's legal team that in their view my situation does not represent a conflict of interest, as I cannot reasonably expect a financial loss or gain from these decisions, and that I am therefore able to participate under the Act. I was elected to take part in making decisions for our city and region. The budget votes today are the most significant decisions I have had the opportunity to vote on so far. To that end, I will be participating in the meeting on all items today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Like all other members, I received an email last Friday morning. It was 10:53 a.m. And that followed a meeting of the Audit and Risk Committee where the auditor highlighted a possible risk. I replied to that email. Came from our public law office. I replied within the hour. And after speaking with my wife as to the current composition of her managed share portfolio, I informed Public Law at that time, Friday morning, that my wife owns Auckland International Airport shares in a managed portfolio. That kicked off some discussions with the Office of the Auditor-General that same day, Public Law acting on my behalf. That were commenced. Of course, over the weekend, I couldn't clarify due to the unavailability of the portfolio manager. We clarified on the Tuesday morning, and after receiving clarification from my wife's portfolio manager, the number and the value were declared to the Public Law Office here at Auckland Council, and subsequently to the Office of the Auditor-General on a confidential basis. And late last night, and I acknowledge the late work of our council legal team and the Office of the Auditor-General staff, I received an email at 9:43 saying that with their final advice that had been peer-reviewed externally, and their advice was that it is reasonable for me to conclude that I do not have a financial interest in the share sale decision before us today. So I've checked thoroughly, and I find there is nothing that precludes me from participating in our discussions coming up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
So I've sought advice in similar fashion from the Council's legal team and the Officer of the Auditor-General, and that's because I'm the beneficiary of a trust that has shares in Auckland Airport. I don't receive any income from the trust. The advice that I have from legal and the Auditor-General, same advice. It is reasonable for me to conclude that I do not have a financial interest, and so I can participate in today's decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That. Okay. So, are there any conflicts of interest? No. And I'll acknowledge the councillors who've made those statements. Public input, there is no public input section in this agenda. 2 requests were received and declined under Standing Order 7.7.4B as the annual budget had a consultation process. One from Trevor Lawson of Dreven Investments Limited and Martin Graham of the PSA. Okay, local board input, there is no local input section. Extraordinary items, none are known. So I will move to item 6, the Tupuna Maunga Authority Operational Plan for 2023-24. We have had 3 meetings with the Maunga Authority so far about this plan, including joint meeting and 2 workshops. The Chair and Deputy Chair were present and answered a number of questions. We have asked the Maunga Authority to reduce their costs like we did across the Council to assist with resolving the budget gap. They have proposed a 5% cost reduction, which is a good step. I'd like to acknowledge the governing body members who sit on the Maunga Authority, Councillors Fletcher, Turner and Leone, who do a good job for the people of Auckland here. Dominic Wilson, the Head of Co-Governance. Are you there, Dominic Wilson? He is here digitally in front of you. Would you like to speak, please, Dominic?
Morena tātou. Firstly, apologies that I'm not there in person. We have COVID in our household and I have symptoms, so I didn't want to bring it to your gathering. So apologies that I'm online. I don't propose to read through the report given the number of hui that have happened already, and it would be covering the same ground. But I just did want to highlight that the attachments A and B, the operational plan, the draft and the draft summary of the operational plan, they already contain the amendment of a 5% cost saving from both operational and capital budgets. Those are on the attachments, item 6, pages 33 and 35, which have amended figures to reflect that 5% saving. So that would be all I need to cover. I'd suggest, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Are there any questions of the Tupuna Maunga Authority report? Councillor Walker, I've got one first up.
So I've just got a question around the amount of 1,160,000, which is for the network-wide vegetation restoration program. And my question is, how much of that is for the felling of non-native trees? Because I understand that could be part of the amount. Obviously, there will be planting as well. Thank you.
Could you reply to that, please, Dominic?
I think in the circumstances of the last 3 meetings, of course, and the various questions that have come through, it'd be wise that I pass that on to the operational team, and if they could respond in writing to the member, if that's okay with Your Worship.
Councillor Walker, is that okay? They're going to respond in writing or not?
I would prefer to have the information today, if that's possible. If that means just holding the item a little while, that'd be great. And the reason that I'm asking that question is there were a substantial number of submissions to this particular item concerned around the felling of trees, and there's a substantial cost associated with that if it is the case.
Dominic, how quickly can you get a response to that one there from your offsiders, or are there other members of the authority present who might be able to respond to that?
I'll quickly contact the operational team. As I say, apologies that I'm at home, but that said, we can do that in the next half hour.
Alf, do you want to speak? You've got a question on this?
No,
Councillor?
not a question, whakaaro, Your Worship, but I'll wait for some of the governing body members on the Tupuna Maunga Authority to move it, or yourself, and then I just have a comment in regards to acknowledging Tupuna Maunga, Your Worship.
Any more questions? No more questions. On the basis of that, does one of the members of the authority wish to move this? Leone, Councillor Leone and Councillor Turner to second that. Okay, now I'll ask for comments and we'll hopefully that Dominic can make some response to that question in the meantime. But Councillor Filipaina, please.
Tēnā koe te rangatira, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Dominic, a mihi kia koutou no Tupuna Maunga Authority. Tēnā koe. Your Worship, I also just want to echo your thanks to the members on the Tupuna Maunga Authority, but also in particular, I think I want to acknowledge not only our governing body members, but also the local board members who are on there and mana whenua. And the local board members are Taua Nu'u Bakulich, who is the chair of the Māngere o Tāhuhu Local Board, member Tony Van Tonda, who is the Deputy Chair of the Tupuna Maunga Authority, and also Nerissa Henry. And I just want to acknowledge those particular members and mana whenua and Paul Majuri. Your Worship, this hasn't been a very good task over the last few years around Tupuna Maunga Authority and the management plan, but I think we're at a point now in regards to this operational plan that should be supported by everybody around this table. So, Your Worship, those are my comments, is just to acknowledge all those, our governing body members and members of the Tupuna Maunga Authority. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. I think given the fact that Dominic said he could come back and answer that question within half an hour, I'll just park this and we'll move to item 7, which is the overview of decision making, and we'll come back to it when Dominic tells me that he's able to answer those questions. So Tamsin, who is also absent for similar reasons, I believe, is going to address us on item 7, which is an overview. This is a procedural item on the budget decisions, and Tamsin will take us through it.
Ngā mihi kia koe, Mr Mayor and tēnā koutou katoa governing body. As the Mayor mentioned, apologies I'm not there with you in person. Unfortunately, I've come down with COVID. So I will briefly speak to my report on today's agenda, which is procedural in nature, and it outlines the process that we have undertaken in the development of the annual budget for the 2023-2024 year. So on the 10th of November last year, we held our first annual budget workshop. Since then, we've held 29 workshops with elected members, totalling over 80 hours. During that time, we have covered a lot of ground with a focus on the financial position of the group, economic forecasts and their impact to our finances, budget options or levers that included rates, debt, asset sales, operating budget reductions and revenue, the approach to communication and engagement with Aucklanders, consultation and the analysis of the record number of results we received through that process, the impact of this year's storm events and CapEx reprioritisation. During that time, we responded to over 200 queries from elected members, involving numerous additional pieces of information being provided to you to help support decision-making today. In some cases, additional workshops were scheduled to give you further opportunity to ask questions of staff and external advisors on some of the challenging decisions you are being asked to make today. In my report, I set out the key legislative requirements associated with an annual budget, including the requirement to provide for a special consultative procedure due to the proposed amendment to the airport shareholding policy in our 10-year budget. My report includes a high-level summary of the development of our consultation material and the results we received during consultation in March, including the full reports on submission results as attachments to my report, noting that these were already publicly available since May. A summary of the advice we have provided since consultation is also included in the report. I include a section on the process and risk management oversight related to the amendment to our 10-year budget on the airport. This includes the resolutions from last week's Extraordinary Audit and Risk Committee. If we just move to the next slide, these will show up on your screen, but summarised, advise the governing body that control and risk management processes relating to the amendment has been effective and that there are no outstanding audit issues. The committee also resolved to request that management brief council at today's meeting on the current and potential demands on council's financial resources. Our CFO Peter will provide this to you as an introduction to the mayoral proposal item on today's agenda. Climate and Māori impacts are also included in my report, as well as council group impacts and views, local board impacts and views, financial implications and risks and mitigations. Once decisions have been made today, staff will then prepare final budget documents to reflect those decisions, and we will prepare a report for the governing body meeting on the 29th of June, seeking formal adoption of the budget. Thank you, Mayor. Ngā mihi kia koe, and happy to take any pārtai.
Thank you for that, Tamsin. It's easy to forget just how long and tortuous this process has been and how many meetings and how much information has been given out to aid the ability of my fellow councillors to make decisions. But thank you for your excellent work. And any questions of Tamsin? I have Deputy Mayor Simpson. No? I don't have Deputy Mayor Simpson.
But I'm happy if you move, I'm happy to second it, Your Worship.
Councillor Lee has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. You made reference to the special consultative procedure, and as we all know, under Section 83 of the Local Government Act, when it comes to selling strategic assets or amending the long-term plan to achieve the sale of strategic assets, the special consultative procedure is required. The council is required to adopt or use the special consultative procedure under the Act, and therefore it's not just a normal consultative procedure, it's a special one. Could you point out any resolution of this council which did formally adopt or agreed to use the special consultative procedure, given the importance of the details, dotting I's and crossing T's in these matters, especially a matter of this scale of $2.35 billion? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lee, and through the Chair. The consultation process that was used by Council was set out in the Communications and Engagement Plan, and that was agreed to by the governing body at an emergency committee on the 15th of February in 2023. And the legal team reviewed the consultation approach to ensure it complied with those statutory obligations that you outlined, Councillor Lee, and that was signed off by our legal team. So the resolution you'll find attached to that emergency committee when you signed off on the Comms and Engagement Plan on the 15th of February.
I thank you for that. I'm just mindful that if this proposal, I'm talking about the airport sale proposal, should be reviewed at some stage, I'm looking for the resolution that authorised the council to adopt the special consultative procedure, and I can't find it.
That's included in the consultation and engagement plan that outlines that we were required to undertake a special consultative procedure and what that looked like. So within that plan, it outlines the consultation document and the description, which so these are the SCP requirements. It outlined that we had to consult for at least a month. The summary consultation document had to be made widely available. There had to be opportunity for people to present their views to council, which enabled spoken interaction, and also that we must ensure that people who wish to present their views are given a reasonable opportunity to do so and are informed about how and when they can take up that opportunity. So all of those requirements are set out in that comms and engagement plan, and you, as a governing body, agreed to that plan on the 15th of February.
I've had a good look at the minutes of the 15th of February, and I can't find any authorisation or resolution to adopt a special consultative procedure. You say it's in the communications plan, and that may well be, but there is, as far as I can see, there is no formal resolution authorising that adoption. It's been overlooked. Thank you.
Just through the chair, just to clarify, and our legal team might want to make a comment, but as I understand it, there is no requirement for a formal resolution around an SCP. It's a legal requirement that we must adhere to, and so we have to include it in our comms and engagement plan, and that is the mechanism that you use to agree to that approach. Is through adopting that or through agreeing to that comms and engagement plan. But as I understand it, there isn't the need for a separate resolution to conduct an SCP, because it is a requirement when you agree to consult on a proposal to amend the LTP.
Okay, there's no formal resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got our in-house legal representative, Meredith, has approached the bench to answer that question too.
Through the chair, if it is helpful, there's no express legal requirement to undertake a special consultative procedure. What is required is that we adopt a consultation document, and we run through the process in accordance with those requirements. We have reviewed the consultation process, and we're satisfied that we have met the requirements for a special consultative procedure. And on that basis, we don't consider there's any legal impediment to you taking a decision today.
Thank you.
Could I just make one comment, please, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's not questions.
It's a question, please.
Okay.
You will be aware of the events and disclosures this last week about process in government and local government and how important they can be. Are you saying that the special consultative procedure required for a decision of this scale, there's no formal resolution for it, but it's assumed it's somewhere, it's not in this document.
Sorry, it's not a question.
So where actually is it that there is a formal decision by this council to adopt, as we must, under the Local Government Act?
As I said, the requirement under the Local Government Act is to adopt a consultation document. We have followed the process. We have undertaken a legal compliance check to ensure that all of the elements set out in the LGA have been met, and on that basis we're satisfied that there is no legal issue associated with you taking these decisions today.
Thank you for that. Next question is Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for your report, Tamsin, and for your really hard work through this tough process. I know it's very long nights for yourself and the finance team. Just a quick question, because I'm looking through the attachments here. If we have it, it would be great if we could get the share sale by local board as submissions number. If that could be circulated, that'd be great. We have the Kantar, so I'll refer my colleagues to that. But it would be great if we had the submissions process as well. That'd be, I think, quite useful, but see what you can do, I'd say. So is that available, Tam?
Yeah, I can check in. Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I can check in with the team, my engagement colleagues, and see how quickly we can get that to you. I believe there is a local board breakdown, but not a ward breakdown.
Thank you. Thanks, Tam. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that question. Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is a question for you or not, Tamsin, but it just goes to the sections on the development of the consultation material and that public consultation points 21 to 25. And this has been brought to my attention relatively late in the piece. I didn't pick it up, but it really goes to, I guess, the probity of that consultation material in the consultation document, in particular the section to do with the Auckland Airport, the shareholding policy, where it states, page 86, a full sell down of the council's total AIAL shareholding is our preferred option rather than a partial sell down, etc. I'm really curious to know who I thought we're determining our preference today. That was put out as part of the public consultation, suggesting a or stating an Auckland Council preferred option. I wasn't aware of any resolutions or decisions by Council to present a preferred option through the consultation. Is there someone who can give an explanation for that, who that hour is, and why it's in there in the absence of any agreed view, obviously?
Thank you, Councillor Watson, for the question and through the chair. So the process is in December you had a draft mayoral proposal that we do is to bring effect to those decisions. We then reflect what those decisions were into the material. So when you agreed to the mayoral proposal, where the mayor outlined that a full sale was the preferred option in terms of our shareholding, that was then reflected in the document. So that's what it means. It's purely the consultation document as agreed to in December. There was obviously an amendment to include partial, and so that's why that option was also included. But that language purely reflects your decision to go out to go and consult on what was the mayor's proposal for items for consultation.
Okay, so I guess my point is, and I apologise for bringing this up today, but I think it's an important point. That language, of course, is the language that is being transferred to the public to respond to in terms of, risks and potential accusations of predetermination. Is that the most appropriate language then to use for someone reading this? Because clearly they would take the view that there's a position here from Auckland Council, because everything else leading up to that, the paragraphs preceding it, talk about Auckland Council. So is there a degree of leading submitters in respect of that type of language use?
Ross Tucker, please.
I'm happy to respond to that. So the wording of the governing body resolution from December last year was to agree on a preferred mix of levers, which was based off the mayoral proposal but agreed to by the governing body. So it was the resolution was to go out to consult with the public on a preferred mix of levers and then ask for public feedback around their options around that. As part of those resolutions, there was a separate resolution that was passed, which was to also consult on an alternative option of a partial sale. So what's in the consultation document reflects the governing body resolution of a preferred option and an alternative option. So what's in the consultation document, the language reflects the governing body resolutions.
And if I could just add, that consultation document was signed off by GB in February, and that section obviously was required to undertake an audit and was audited.
Okay, I've got no further questions. Oh, Mike Lee has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's probably a matter that should be addressed by the legal team, but in terms of Section 83AA, in terms of summary of information, and this is in the document here regarding the airport share proposal, a summary of the information contained in a statement or proposal must be a fair representation of the major matters in the statement or proposal, etc., etc. Given there is no information about how much the airport share portfolio the council's holding has earned for the council, and is likely ever since the advent of Auckland Council in 2010, and is likely to earn in the future. No mention of that at all. Would that be considered in terms of the Act and in terms of the special consultative procedure a fair representation of the major matters in the proposal? Because it's all about selling. Nothing,
You've asked the
benefits.
question, just give the person a chance to answer, please.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I might defer that one to my legal colleagues.
Legal college is colleague is approaching the bench.
So the fairness and the robustness of the information contained in the consultation document, including in relation to the airport shares, has been checked by audit and signed off as a fair and robust representation of the issues.
Good answer, thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Can I just ask quickly, this might be a question for Tam or it might not be, by what margin did the vote for consultation pass when we voted on the consultation earlier this term?
There were
I believe
several
it
answers
was
to that.
all but one.
All but one. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so are there any further questions? It appears not. So at this stage here, I will propose the motion, which is that that we note the contents of this report, which sets the context for the other reports and decisions on today's agenda. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson. Okay, is there any further debate on that? Otherwise, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary? Carried. Okay, do we know whether there's a response back from Dominic about the Tupuna Maunga Authority question?
It's Dominic here. We're just still working on a response, Your Worship.
Okay, hang in there, Dominic, and I'll move to the next one and come back to you in about whenever that finishes. We're on item 8, local board feedback for the annual budget. Next item is about local board feedback. I'm sure we've read the report and we also had the benefit of hearing from the local boards directly on their views. I do wish to acknowledge the hard work and advocacy of local boards, especially those which engaged with the difficult choices we faced and proposed a balanced budget along with your views on the initial proposal. As can be seen from my final budget proposal released last week, I have taken on board a lot of the feedback from local boards. So thank you. I'll let staff briefly summarise the report on the initial proposal that went out for consultation in March, and I welcome to the table Oliver Roberts and Renee Burgers. And I'll hand the microphone to you, please.
Kia ora koutou, ko Renee Burgers Takuingawa. I'm the lead advisor for plans and programs for local board services. This report provides the local board's input and advocacy on the annual budget proposal that went out for public consultation. It takes into consideration feedback received from the local board areas and was adopted at business meetings in early May. Local boards also provided their views at the governing body workshop in May. Both of these were provided as input into the updated mayoral proposal on the 1st of June, so do not respond to this. We will take this largely as read, but can also give a brief summary. 20 local boards did not support reducing local board funding for activities. 14 local boards supported increasing rates beyond the proposed 4.66%. 14 local boards supported the proposal to increase the use of debt by 75 million, and 5 supported increasing the use of debt beyond that. The majority of local boards did not support the proposed operating spending reductions, including reducing fundings to Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, public transport services, regional contestable grants, and regional services. 12 local boards did not support the sale of any Auckland Council shares in Auckland International Airport Limited. Local boards advocated to governing body on a diverse range of issues also. Sorry, the microphone's not quite close enough. addressing the funding model for local boards and applying an equity lens, upgrading or building pathways and cycleways to support active modes of transport, upgrading stormwater infrastructure to mitigate the effects of climate change and adverse weather events, resourcing the licensing and regulatory compliance unit to ensure complaints and requests are responded to appropriately, and maintaining the local board transport capital fund. Thank you.
You've got nothing further to add there? Do we have any questions about the local board engagement? Councillor Fully and Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. Look, I just want to confirm, because I tried to note just the whakaaro around 20. So how many opposed the selling of the shares? Did I hear that 14 opposed the selling of the airport? 12. Okay, and there's 21 local boards?
There are. Let me bring it up for you. That was the full sale of the shares.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So that's opposed 12, and there's 21 local boards?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's majority of the local boards.
That's
Kia ora,
correct.
thank you.
Councillor Fully, please.
Kia ora, thank you. Could you just restate how many local boards were happy for us to increase rates and increase debt? And also, did you differentiate between those who were happy for us to put increase debt above 75 million?
Yes. So 14 local boards supported increasing rates beyond the 4.66%, and 14 local boards supported the proposal to increase the use of debt up to 75 million, and 5 supported increasing beyond that.
Kia ora, are you able to name the 5?
Yes, I will just take a minute. The 5 local boards that supported increasing the use of debt beyond the proposed 75 million were Henderson Massey, Mangere o Tahuhu, Manurewa, Waitakere Rangers and Waitemata local boards.
Kia ora, I do note that Otara Papatoetoe is not mentioned there, but in the content of their submission, they do say that they would prefer for us to increase debt rather than rates in order to cover the share. So I think that perhaps that is not completely captured in some of the numbers that we're hearing today.
If they didn't say that it was above the 75%, we took it as supporting using debt generally.
That's fine, and I accept that. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. How many of those local boards presented balanced budgets?
I have not got that analysis in front of me. They were asked to provide feedback on the consultation document and not to provide a balanced budget.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. It was really following on from your question, actually. I don't know if you can answer this, but do local boards and when they are giving us submissions, do they get advice around whether they have to balance their budget or not?
Their budget or the regional budget?
When local boards are saying, do this for rates, do this for debt, etc., are they told as part of that advice function that they should be balancing those budgets?
They're providing their feedback and input on the individual proposals one by one.
One by one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think during my address to them, I raised that balanced responses were helpful. Councillor Williamson, please. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for this. I just wanted to know, were local boards asked for any projects they'd like to put up for a investment fund, a community infrastructure investment fund?
No, they were not.
Are you okay with that?
Oh, it just means that some local boards will feel that they didn't have a chance to put up projects in the area. So it does point to unfairness for our local boards.
Somebody, Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you. Can you just tell me, when the boards were considering so-called partial sale, were they aware that legally, going by our formal resolutions, a partial sale meant the sale of any number of shares between a few hundred shares through to several million, approaching that 10% so-called blocking stake? Or did they assume that a partial sale was the disposal of that 8%?
I cannot answer that at this point in time. I don't know what they assumed, but they were given the information that was in the consultation document.
It's just that where partial sale has been mentioned, it's assumed that a partial sale is down to maintaining a minimum of 10%, but technically it could be anything in between. I'm just a little bit concerned that the boards, that wasn't explained to the boards that that was an option.
I would have to come back to you on that.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick one. So local boards give us advocacy for their local projects as part of this process, and I think it's really valuable to hear from them. But what is done with that information?
It's provided to you in this report to consider when you are making decisions on the annual budget.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got no more questions, so I will propose that we consider this. Oh no, sorry, Mr.
One more question, just following up on that, Mayor. And this is maybe not for this team, but before we go to the next item, in terms of general consultation with our communities, was it explained, because it's not explained in the consultation document, was it explained at meetings or any other engagements that there was the option, a partial sell down was a range, it was from, very small parcel disposal to up to maintaining 10%? So that my question is to those responsible for, the general engagement. Was that canvassed? Because I'm being told by legal, our legal advisors, that technically is the option, but I'm not aware of it being explained.
I'm not sure either, but it was part of an option for a balanced one, so I think that people did assume that they were going down to 10, but I don't. You can answer that.
I did write that particular motion, so I knew what I was talking about, and I had it checked, and so I wouldn't mind knowing whether it was explained.
Kia ora, through the chair. The consultation material presented two audited options. One was a partial sell down to 10%, and the other was a full sell down. So in terms of your earlier question, Councillor Darby, there was not a formal record of within the resolutions of what local boards meant necessarily by partial sell down. There was simply they were responding to the consultation material, and those are the two audited options presented.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'll...
Supplementary.
Sorry?
I just wanted to take a supplementary to that. From your experience in consultation, however, following on from Councillor Darby, could it be implicit that for those who aren't following every detail of the council, that was their opportunity that might represent something between 0 and 10%?
I think we would have to talk to the engagement team to determine that for you.
Thank you for that, and we can also have a chat to our legal advisors on that a little later.
Okay, for the third time, are there no more questions? In which case, I will propose the motion and the Deputy Mayor will second it. Thank you. And the motion is that we kahuki consider feedback and advocacy initiatives from local boards when making decisions on the annual budget 2023-24. All those in favour? Oh, comments. Sorry. Humble apologies. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. My local board, which is the Rodney Local Board, has asked me specifically to voice their feedback. So that's taking the opportunity in the comments to do that. Obviously, there was the ability to add additional comments to the feedback, not just on the questions that were specifically asked, but really the message in that feedback that they want to reinforce today to everybody was that they're looking that 66% of Rodney's ratepayers supported the sale of the shares or the partial sales of the shares. Also, they added in the feedback around, it won't come as a surprise to anybody around this table, but the unsealed roading network in the Rodney area is significant. And they want climate resilient roadways up there, because they kind of describe them as water-soluble roadways, Mr Mayor. so they actually would like them addressed at some time, and they understand that wouldn't be part of the annual plan process, but they have feedback that they'd like that looked at in the 10-year budget next year, the long-term plan, specifically around what is addressed as the unsealed road improvement program, which includes seal extension work, and that is a capital item. The other things that they raised too was around localism and a desire to move and even trial localism for local boards to better engage with the residents and ratepayers that they represent in Auckland. That's just my feedback. Thank you. In comment.
Thank you for that, and thank the citizens of Rodney. Councillor Fuli.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. And I, following on from Councillor Sayers, would also like to mention the feedback that I've received from the two local boards in our Manukau ward, o Tarapapatoetoe and Mangere o Tahu local board. You won't be surprised to know that both local boards have strongly asked that we cast an equity lens over our decision-making and over this budget proposal. And that came through very strongly in their formal feedback and also when they were feedbacking to me in their business meetings and to my fellow councillor, Councillor Alf as well. Both boards have very strongly stated that they do not wish for us to support a sale, full or partial, of the airport shares. And both boards have said that they would support higher rates and they would support more debt, but they would prefer that we take on more debt if possible rather than higher rates, being mindful of my local boards already being in an area of high deprivation and the daily struggles that the people of Manukau face. But they are also very mindful of the legacy that was left by the former Manukau City Council and all that that means to them as people of Manukau. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. No further comments yet. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to go to the question that I raised earlier, and that my question was not a slight on officers in any way, because this community infrastructure fund did not exist when the consultation went out. But my point is that our local boards, my local board in particular, were of the view that we were in financial strife, which is why they didn't follow what has been done in previous years and put up projects for funding, because they know, we wouldn't be in a position to be able to fund all these projects. So I do think that it is unfair for those local boards who looked at our financial situation and didn't put up projects for funding. So that is where I was coming from with that question regarding this possible sweetener that all of a sudden appeared when we're in a financial situation as we're in. Thank you.
I think the plan is under the long-term plan that we will consult with local boards about how that they might spend any fund that's sorted out to try and solve the equity issues. Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Lee.
Mr Mayor, could I acknowledge the 3 local boards that I have the honour to represent, or the communities, the Waitemata Local Board, the Waiheke Island Local Board, and the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board. And despite these local boards themselves and the communities that they and I represent are facing significant cuts to services and funding, all 3 of those local boards are part of the 12 majority who oppose the sale of shares in Auckland International Airport, and I thank them for that. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to acknowledge the local boards, you know, since the budget proposal came out, they have been redoing their budgets. It's taken them 3 months to go through and cut and cut and cut to the original proposal. When we talk about savings, we need to look at process, because all things going well here today, the local boards will have a return of their funding, yet they have just spent 3 months of officer time and their own time redoing their budgets. The stress that it has caused, not just for the local board members, but for our staff as well. I want us to ensure that when we go into the long-term plan, that we consider what we are doing in terms of resourcing for the local boards, and that we don't end up with a situation of months of the cutting and the angst, only to end up back where they started. So thank you to the local boards. I know for one thing is for sure, there are only a few people, or perhaps more than a few around this table now, that truly understand how local board budgets work. The cuts that were proposed were 50% and more of the money that local boards have control of. It was never 5%. It created a huge amount of stress. So I think having an awareness of how a local board's budget actually works, how local boards operate, is critical before we go ahead and propose significant decisions that impact on how they deliver. They are our co-governors, they are our shared governors, and we should respect their role in this organisation for the people of Auckland. Kia ora.
Okay, thanks. I've got no more of those, so I'm going to propose, I'll put the motion, it's been moved and seconded, that we consider the feedback and advocacy initiatives from local boards when making decisions on the shares annual budget. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? No, that's carried. I can say that Dominic is available, or one of his staff, to respond to the question from Councillor Walker with regards to the Tupuna Maunga Authority. Dominic, you're online here now. Please speak.
Kia ora, yes. I think Nick Turo of the operational team has left another meeting and will be available. I should be online right now.
Nick?
Kia ora tātou. So, as I understand the question, it was with regards to the vegetation restoration program, whether that included the removal of trees and some sort of breakdown of those figures. So just walking through that particular scenario, I did provide a memo to both the authority and the Tupuna Maunga Authority and Auckland Council, and that did say that as part of the restoration program there will be a removal of exotic trees. It also outlines that the authority has recently updated its integrated management plan, which clearly outlines the vegetation restoration program. And there are changes in the integrated management plan, partially because of the feedback from from the many that we consulted on that particular statutory document, which means that there will be a retention of mature, healthy and significant examples of exotic trees on the Maunga, and that will be increasing the number of native trees that are also to be planted. What that really means is that operations staff are still going through, I guess, a process of quantifying what that will mean for the actual restoration program. So we can't provide exact details of the number breakdown of how much will be going to the removal of trees versus how much trees will be planted. But we can also just want to remind the council that the annual budget doesn't include a $3 million grant from the Department of Conservation for the biodiversity and biosecurity program. So in that respect, there's quite a significant amount of funding that's going on the delivery of more biodiversity and more trees being planted on the Maunga and more biosecurity measures put in place.
Councillor Walker, this was your question. You can respond.
I'm familiar with the memo and I certainly welcome your response, but my question remains unanswered, and that is how much expenditure is being used for the removal of non-native trees in the vegetation program. And as I pointed out, there were substantial objections to the removal of vegetation, and the Court of Appeal held that the Tupuna Maunga Authority was remiss in not going through a publicly notified consent process. So that's on the record. So there is a significant amount of public interest in this. I would have thought that it was possible to arrive at this amount of expenditure as it applies to any of the Maunga.
Okay, so the question is about the amount of money, and you can either answer it or not, please, Nick.
As I stated, we can't provide that level of detail today, but we're happy to provide it, as I said, as we work through some of those operational detail regarding how many trees that we'll be retaining, and also how many plantings that we'll be doing out of that budget. What I would say is that the authority has also updated its integrated management plan as per the guidance of the Court of Appeal, and we will have to go through the resource consenting process again as well. So that is all part of the work program as well.
Just a supplementary question, is that reworked integrated management plan publicly available at this point?
Yes, it's a publicly available document. It's on the Tupuna Maunga website, and it's being publicly notified as per the guidance of the courts.
And does that document specify the number of non-native trees that are going to be removed and identify them? I don't think it does.
It identifies a maximum of trees that will be removed, but it doesn't. But we're still working through how many will be retained.
So my question remains unanswered.
Well, I think it's answered to the best of his abilities, and he'll come back to you later on when he's got a bit more detail, but they have to go through a resource consent before they do that. Councillor Fletcher has a question.
Thank you, Nick Morena, and to Dominic. I hope you recover quickly. Nick, can you confirm that in allowing for the vegetation on the Maunga, it is in line with the original vision for the Maunga when the Maunga Authority was established, that there be eventual forestation of Indigenous species, but only as the significant exotics came to the end of their natural life. The nature of this question is really to give assurance to those that in meeting with the Maunga Authority, even as recently as a couple of weeks ago, there is a mindfulness around the recent litigation and the concerns and the desire for people to come together on this. So I just want your assurance that that is the case and that we can give our public the understanding that there will be very careful analysis of those significant exotics that should remain until the end of their natural lives.
I'm afraid I wasn't actually a member of staff when the original vision for the authority was drafted into the integrated management plan. So I can't really confirm that to you, Councillor. What I can confirm is that it is in line with the integrated management plan. That is a statutory document that's been publicly notified and has gone through that consultation process.
Can you also confirm then, as a more recent member of staff, that the upgrading of tracks that has been announced will not involve the removal of any significant exotics?
Insofar as I'm aware, I'm not sure what it will mean for operations, but there's no planned removal of trees as part of that particular program. We have recently had a large tree come down hitting the neighbour's fence, which has recently been removed, and that was basically emergency works.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's pleasing to see everyone trying to work together on this.
Very good. Councillors Leone and Turner, who moved, or Councillor Leone, who moved this, would like to make a comment.
Kia ora, I just want to really acknowledge the great mahi that you're all doing there at the Tupuna Maunga Authority, and also acknowledge the 5% cost savings that you've managed to come up with. As the council whānau, we've all had to look at those cost savings, so you've done a great job. So ngā mihi nui ki a koe, and to the mana whenua who are leading these plans for the Tupuna Maunga Authority and us as the Te Tiriti partners who continue to work in partnership and go forward with the great mahi that you're doing. Kia ora. Okay,
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of agreeing to the Tupuna Maunga Authority operational plan, which provides for a 5% cost saving from both operation and capital budgets, and to including the agreed summary of the Tupuna Maunga Authority operational plan in the annual budget. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The contrary? Are you saying to the contrary or just waving a hand at me? Okay. Do you want that recorded? Stuart Williamson Walker, a contrary, carried. Thank you. We're now moving to item 9, the annual budget 2023-24 Mayoral proposal. This is the main item, and thank you again for everybody for coming along. This is probably the most difficult Auckland Council budget that the council has had to face, and I want to ensure everyone's voice is heard. We are here as councillors to deliver a balanced budget that works for all Aucklanders. As I said earlier, we all want what is best for Auckland, and that needs to guide our decision. I believe the budget proposal that has been put forward and which is on the agenda is still the best one we can adopt. It deals with the immediate problem, our $325 million ongoing budget hole, in a sustainable and credible way. It starts to work to secure our long-term financial position to deliver the infrastructure and services Aucklanders expect, and we know there are many challenges in doing that. It is different to the proposal we consulted with and reflects the feedback we received. The budget keeps rates affordable in line with inflation during a cost of living crisis. It protects services that Aucklanders hold dear. It makes some significant ongoing operations savings and pays down a significant chunk of our debt. It deals with our most pressing issue, is that we are spending more money than we are bringing in. Filling that hole with more debt would be kicking a bigger budget hole can down the road for our children and their children. We can use debt to build new things, but we shouldn't expect people who aren't born yet to pay for things we are consuming today. But I do understand and respect that there are different points of view around the table. And the majority of us have voted for a balanced and sustainable budget. As the Chair, I want to make it very clear that we need to use our time today as productively and effectively as possible, out of respect for the members of the public and media here today and watching online, and who are expecting us to adopt a balanced budget. Today I also want to do things a bit differently from what you've done before. First up, and before I move the budget resolution, I'm going to ask all councillors to provide your views about the levers we have available to balance the budget and on the proposal in front of us today. There have been changes through this process and there may continue to be. There have been many conversations backwards and forth. I don't know exactly where you all stand on parts of this. Hence, I want to give you each 5 minutes now to share your views on the levers of cuts, assets, sales, rates and debt, and any other credible solutions. After this is finished, and depending on the time, I'll consider whether to amend the budget proposal, which will be the starting point. I'll then move my budget proposal and move to questions, and then debate on the proposal. Again, in the interest of time, I will be stricter than usual with questions and not comments, after which staff will step back from the table and we can move into the debate. We'll be going around the table to provide your views on each of those levers and what, if anything, you would want to do differently to the proposal. I know some councillors have asked for an opportunity to share their views. This is your opportunity to do that. As I've said, this is a difficult process and may take more time than expected. That's fine. And we may even have to come back next week. We're not rushing this process. When speaking, think about how you will close the $365 million operating balance in a balanced way. This is not an opportunity to move any amendments because I've not yet moved the primary motion, but there will be time to do that. If you're looking to propose an amendment, I ask you that you provide it in writing and signed in accordance with standing orders to Sandra, beside me, Sandra, so that they can be properly considered at the right time later during this meeting. I also ask that any amendments be clear as to how the amendment leads to a balanced budget. That means being clear about what goes in and what comes out from where. With our chat, we'll keep strictly to the 5 minutes. Possibly now, yeah. 5 minutes, and Sandra will let you know by ringing the bell at 4 minutes 30 and then again at 5 minutes. But just before we start this, I do want to note that the Audit and Risk Committee last week also acknowledged the changing financial environment of the Council and request that management brief the governing body on it at this meeting on current and potential demands on Council's financial resources. This is particularly in relation to demands on debt, I believe. We do know there are some big things. We have signed up to some ourselves, and there are others coming over the horizon, which we know about but are not yet quantified. So I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to appoint a suitable spokesperson or do it himself, just to address that before I start the 5 minute question times.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and good morning, councillors. And Mayor, thank you for affording me the opportunity, along with Peter, to make a few comments. The decisions before you today, councillors, bring your declarations made 7 months ago into sharp focus as you work together to land a balanced budget, which reflects the views of your communities, the vision of Mayor Brown, and the collective aspirations of your fellow councillors. The weight of this task is not lost on the rest of us here in the room, watching online or following the process via the news media. There is no easy answer. This is a budget that requires compromise and difficult trade-off decisions. Around this table, there will be different views, different mandates from your communities, and situations where you'll be reconciling your own values with the common good of your constituents, your ward, and as regional governors, Tāmaki Makaurau as a whole. That's democracy, and that is where where you will be looking for common ground. We don't envy you this task. As officers, we share your commitment to Auckland, and we stand with you to make an informed decision to deliver on the annual budget for today's Auckland and for future generations. In this term, we've seen a financial challenge like no other: high inflation, unprecedented storm events, and devastating cyclone, more budget challenges, and a clear expectation from Aucklanders to get on and deliver capital projects and improvements for our region. When we embarked on this budget process in late 2022, we talked of the levers that were available to us to help balance the budget: tackling depreciation, managing our balance sheet of assets and debt, maintaining our credit rating, and the options that lie within our revenue streams have thrown up some difficult conversations and decisions. You've worked your way through public engagement events, hearings and workshops, and considered the 41,000 responses to the budget. And our teams have done their utmost to support you and provide you with all of the data and information you need to make the decisions today. I'm incredibly proud of the kaimahi from across the Auckland Council group who have worked on this budget, from Have Your Say events to balancing the numbers and advising on some of the complex financial decisions and choices this council has to make and consider. I acknowledge the teams that have supported them in doing this work in trying circumstances that range from flooding and round-the-clock emergency responses to structural changes within our organisation. But of course, it's now time to deliver the budget. The Local Government Act says a local authority must manage its revenue, expenses, assets, liabilities, investments, and general financial dealings prudently and in a manner that promotes the current and future interests of the community. If you choose to propose amendments today, as the Mayor said, please consider how they might impact on our ability to deliver a balanced budget and remain aligned with our legislative obligations. Amendments must be written and signed and submitted to and received by the Mayor, who may, if he thinks necessary, then pause the meeting to consider them. In a moment, I'll hand to Peter. As the Mayor said, our Audit and Risk Committee asked that we ensure councillors, in considering this budget, were mindful of the current known and potential future risks, and Peter will provide that context. Even though the choices are challenging and compromise may be necessary, delivering this budget is possible. Aucklanders will draw confidence from knowing that the governing body that they elected has worked together and has been prepared to compromise and make the difficult but necessary decisions to ensure the continuity of critical services, continued investment and prudent management of the Council's finances for the benefit of all Aucklanders. With that, I'll hand to Peter to make some comments in relation to the items raised by Audit and Risk.
Thank you, Jim. So the independently chaired Audit and Risk Committee was keen to add this resolution so that there was an understanding of current and future financial risks. And there is a great deal of information that's been provided to date around current, but it is worth considering what else might be on the table. If I start with an overview, and this does reference in large extent Appendix C, starting on 47, page 47 of your agenda. So we have provided collated analysis and advice to support the annual budget decisions, and that's pages 47 to 154, and hopefully you've had a chance to look over that. It covers both the budgetary challenge and the levers available to address it, as well as some of the criteria and a view on those criteria within those mixes as well. If I turn to the substance, the current challenge. So our current challenge, as you are well aware, is that 325 million projected ongoing operating shortfall. This is included also in some of the previous supporting information. The previous analysis to this was included in the consultation documents. And I'll also note within this frame that myself and economic commentators consider we are still in a time of high uncertainty around future direction on a number of the drivers that influence this gap, in particular interest and inflation. As our summary on page 47 indicates, this represents a fundamental imbalance between the money we collect each year to pay for day-to-day council services and the cost of providing these services. And if this underlying problem is not addressed in a sustainable way, this will create significant budget challenges for future years, especially if, as I've mentioned, those inflation and interest rates remain high or trend differently from what we expect. The other point I'd make is at the bottom of that same page that the Council needs to make its budget decision to enable the preparation and adoption of an annual budget prior to the new financial year beginning so that it can set rates, maintain confidence and commence delivery of an agreed set of services for the year. I talked about some recommended decision-making criteria. These are, again, as included within the consultation document. Those 4 criteria being credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. Credible, that they build external stakeholders' confidence in our financial management. Sustainable, need to be ones that provide ongoing mitigation and don't contribute to a bigger budget challenge for next year and the year after. Solving for this year may create a temporary benefit that then has to be mitigated in the following years. Affordable, need to avoid unacceptable shocks for ratepayers, both now and also in the future. Again, that timing trade-off is a key consideration for you as governors. And implementable, it's crucial that the financial benefits from the levers are able to be delivered from the new financial year, which is rapidly approaching. If I turn now and work through the mitigation levers, applying the suggested criteria, we'll start with operating spending cuts, and these are in paragraphs 25 to 30, as well as a number of appendices. There's a lot of detail there. Permanent reductions in operating spending, they provide a sustainable option to address an ongoing budget gap. So they reduce that difference between revenue and costs, obviously by reducing the costs. And detailed information, as I've said, is in those appendices. Reductions beyond those proposed, unlikely given where we are today on the 8th of June to be implementable in full for the financial year beginning 1 July 2023. So you can see that in bold are 2 of those 4 criteria called out. The second item to look at is rates, with the reference items there. The ongoing and compounding impacts of rates increases mean they provide that sustainable mitigation. So they work on the revenue side and reduce that gap by increasing the revenue. The consultation document noted general rates may need to increase by up to 13.5%. Again, that was contingent on the other levers and how they were working in tandem with this. And other rating policy changes were proposed to manage short-term affordability impact for households, and information on affordability percentages has been provided as well. And it's important to consider the impacts, as I've foreshadowed, on affordability for ratepayers in the following year or even beyond. The third item is titled Assets, Airport Shares. It's important to note that we do have an ongoing program of asset sales irrespective of airport shares, with around 70 million of asset recycling and sales within that. We note in paragraph 14 that it would be challenging to increase that element of asset shares beyond where it currently is. Selling shares in Auckland Airport and using the proceeds to reduce council debt would provide that sustainable net benefit. And it's worth noting, I think, on page 137, the 2 alternative options of a partial sale or retention. The partial sale benefits are eroded by the need to top up that shareholding. And I do note this morning that Auckland Airport has indicated or released to the NZX the price setting event for and how those charges will fund part of the infrastructure. Now, it's important, I think, to note that I don't have anything other than publicly available information. So this is publicly available information on the NZX as of this morning, and it'll be interesting to see what happens because of that. But I would like to draw your attention to some items of PSE4, Price Setting Event 4. Auckland Airport will invest up to $5 billion in aeronautical infrastructure, including work to progress the new domestic facility. However, pricing for PSE4 reflects just the $2.5 billion of investment that will be completed and in use by airlines and passengers by the end of that period. Auckland Airport will continue to raise debt funding from a mix of both domestic and offshore markets to fund the capital expenditure program. Because of the large forecast debt-funded works under construction balanced towards the second half of PSE4, new equity may be raised in future. Now, as with all forecasts, it goes on to say this remains subject to a range of future uncertainties, including the ongoing recovery in aviation, the future financial performance of Auckland Airport, and the execution run rate for the 10-year capital roadmap. That's late-breaking news as of this morning, public info on the NZX. I also did comment here that also all process requirements around the amendment have been followed, including a full audit and review of the process, controls and risk by the Audit and Risk Committee, and if agreed, a transaction would be implementable in the near term. So you can see two of those elements turning up there. It is probably worth reiterating an item that I read in one of the workshops, which was around the Controller and Auditor General opinion. They state, in my opinion, being the Controller and Auditor General, the information in the consultation document for the proposed amendment of the plan provides an effective basis for public participation in the Council's decisions about the proposed amendment because it fairly represents the reasons for and implications of the proposed amendment of the plan and identifies and explains the main issues and choices facing the Council and the region related to the proposed amendment of the plan, and the information and assumptions underlying the information in the consultation document related to the proposed amendment of the plan are reasonable. I think that's an important noting point. With regard to debt, and this goes to the question that was asked by Audit and Risk and the future space, in particular around the debt area. So using borrowing to address an underlying operating gap is implementable, not a sustainable approach. It doesn't address the underlying ongoing gap and only postpones the need for other mitigations. And it also adds in some interest elements on that. In particular, to maintain the commitment to fully fund depreciation means it's likely to be a short-term answer that could make next year and beyond harder to get to fully funding depreciation by 2028, and not a credible or prudent approach to financial management with regards to an underlying operating gap. And again, that caveat's important. Look, as set out in paragraph 54, there are some broad themes, and these are highlighted in some detail here within this chart. Any use of debt reduces headroom to deal with future shocks, and this is where I look into some of the knowns and unknowns. Some of these we have an idea of quantum and they are publicly released information already. Others we do not yet know. We do know that there is approved CRL cost increase, the share of which we see as being $537 million. Also within that same space around transport around the city, level crossing removal. Now this is a view of some of the highest priority crossings and some share of 500 million plus in that space. I don't want to foreshadow where those answers with the pluses could land. They're going to have to be a process of discussion, but there's certainly some share of there is to be expected. Repairing storm damaged infrastructure. We have presented information to Council on that with our estimates after the events have been 900 to 1.2 billion from the January floods and the cyclone. Making space for water, and that includes category 3 properties, a share of 1 billion plus in that space. We have other items that are more difficult to characterise with degree to their impact, climate resilient infrastructure, construction cost inflation, asset renewals, and growth in housing infrastructure. Particular point of note there is, as you heard in the last CEO and CFO update from the Chief Economist, is the degree to which net migration is ramping up this year and on target for around 100,000 by the end of the year. So those are some of the elements which respond to the Audit and Risk Committee's request to talk about current and future pressures upon the Council, and also talks to the debt lever and the degree to which it meets the criteria. So in conclusion, Council faces an ongoing operating budget challenge of $325 million, as well as $40 million of storm-related operating costs, and a mix of levers are required that are credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. With that, Your Worship, I'll pass back to you, and I'm very happy to answer questions when I come back later.
Yeah, we'll do that later. At the moment, it was just fulfilling the function of the audit and risk that you brought to the attention of the ongoing over-the-hill large costs out there, which are not within this year, but we do have to think about. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to then now start off with everyone's an opportunity to go around and have their 5 minutes, and within that you can raise any things that you've heard in the morning. Okay, so
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, okay.
Yep, the point of order is 1.7.2E, which is breach of standing order in regards to what you're about to start. So if you have a look at that, and for me it's in regards to what you had indicated, Your Worship, and that is that we will give what we think, and if there's any amendments, you will have a look at them. They will be presented in writing. So firstly, just want to confirm that 1.7.2E around it is correct around breach of standing order.
And my understanding is that as Chair I have discretion to allow this, and is it important that the public hear what our councillors have to say, as many of you have been asking for in the media.
And therefore then will you be putting aside standing orders to do this?
Well, if you want to do that, I can immediately go into a workshop, open workshops, so we can do that. So there is a response to that if you wish to do that.
And this is why I asked in regards to that, what is your intention? Are you going to go into an open workshop? It still gives councillors the opportunity not to speak in the open workshop and speak when we end up debating. That I just want a ruling on that particular standing order, please.
Supplementary to that question, if I may. Would Your
We
Worship...
have to, sorry.
No, you have a...
I think we need to deal with this standing order.
Okay, well...
Question first, point of order. Thank you.
Which particular standing order are we breaching here, and on what basis?
The standing order is 1.5.3. If you have a look at the standing order, 1.5.3, which is motions in writing, you have the option to ask for those motions in writing. You have just asked in your opening address, Your Worship, that these motions need to be put to you in writing. I'm saying that that option as chair is a may and not a must. You've now asked us to put these motions in writing, and you've also said, Your Worship, with your opening address, what you've said is that you will then consider all the amendments that members on this committee will end up putting through, and then you will decide whether they are going to be passed or not, Your Worship. So for me, with standing orders and the meeting procedure, Your Worship, is that if any of the members, governing body members, sorry, Your Worship, I just need to finish off this. If any member of the governing body has an amendment to put in, they do not have to be in writing unless you end up choosing. You've just given that to us today. So I just want to get a ruling on
1.5.3 says that the chairperson may require notices and amendments in writing, and I am requiring. I'm not stopping you giving them.
Yep,
Not stopping you giving them, I'm just requiring that they are in writing and signed.
Sorry, Your Worship, yep, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say then, from in regards to that response from you, that's unfair. To ask of those amendments now to be put in writing. There are amendments that people wish to put in. So look, I'll leave that at that, and I just want to find the ruling. Are you moving into an open workshop now as a result of what you said?
Well, I can do either of those. If people are happy to use their 5 minutes, we'll just carry on now, or otherwise I'll declare an open workshop and I'll do exactly the same thing.
I'm just asking.
I'm asking.
You can suspend standing orders if you want.
That's what I'm asking you, Bishop. What is your decision? This is the point of order.
I don't want to suspend standing orders. I'm going to move into an open workshop with the public present, and then I'm going to ask people to speak for 5 minutes on their views so that we, in response to requests for people who wish to speak, and also to allow me to know and assess what people's current views are given the information overload which has been recently coming and recent events. So I'm now declaring that I'm adjourning this meeting, and I'm going to reopen it as an open workshop. I've got 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes' time we'll reopen as an open workshop, and we'll commence with Councillor Baker and move around the table for those who wish to use their 5 minutes. It's not compulsory. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in an open workshop which is being covered live. I don't mind that at all. And just to make it abundantly clear to all of you, this is not replacing any speaking opportunity within the budget debate at all. You can still say what your full thing there. You may be very brief or pass up the opportunity to inform me or others, or just use the whole 5 minutes. But a number of people wanted to speak, and I want to know the latest thinking of the people around the table, which has very little, but I have to say. And so we're in your hands for 5 minutes, Councillor, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Worship. I was approached some months ago by a colleague who shall remain nameless, and he was concerned that when it came to divisions, I came first and I wouldn't know how to vote. So I'll use different language than how I explained that today, but I don't mind going first and I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you. Look, I supported the draft consultation proposal as harsh and as blunt as it was, because it allowed Aucklanders to tell us exactly what was important to them. And often, as we are told, it gave people the opportunity to sort out what they believe our core services are. And it's clear that everyone has a different view on what Council's core services are. But it's a conversation that we've actually needed to have for some time. I don't believe, so looking at the levers, Your Worship, I don't believe we can or should try to squeeze more savings out of our organisation across the family. That lever, I believe, has probably been pulled too hard, and in particular for Te Taki Auckland Unlimited and Auckland Transport. But I will welcome, when it comes to the long-term plan, I will certainly welcome the opportunity for us to look at what we do, where we do it and how we do it, because I think it is absolutely something we must do. Having owned and operated a couple of businesses, I am adamant that borrowing to get ourselves out of a financial hole is not only irresponsible, but sets us up for an uncomfortable and preventable rocky road in the future. Applying my limited success at university entrance economics, I'm uncomfortable borrowing money to keep the doors open, as I believe that's a road to insolvency. Whilst Council does have the ability to tax to make up a shortfall, I am also very reluctant to use rates over and above our current inflation level to bolster a hole when we have other alternatives. And that obviously leads to the sale of the airport shares. I've never been afraid. At local board level, we were never afraid to look at underperforming assets in terms of what was useful once to try and help us through a hole. I sold my bonus bonds, cashed them in that my parents had bought for me. But so I'm not afraid to sell underperforming assets, and so I'm fully in favour of a full sale of the airport shares, and we'll be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And it was 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Excellent. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a colleague of mine said I was grandstanding, but I won't mention who that person is. And I can tell you that it's not grandstanding around the standing orders and point of order. Your Worship, in your kōrero, your opening remarks, you said that you wanted them in the amendments in writing, and then you would look at them and see if they would, that you will allow them to be put in to your mayoral proposal. That is what irked me, for want of a better term. And I've now been told that that is not the situation, that the amendments will be put up in the open agenda. So I'm waiting for the open agenda in regards to that. But I think the key thing for me, and with all the staff that we've had, I will be asking staff some questions in the open agenda, Your Worship, and colleagues. And those questions that I will be asking will be around the $140 million that we will be okay to borrow. To put on debt, which the workshop identified. That's the $140 million. In regards to the airport shares, I'm going to listen to the colleagues around this particular table. and just to have a look at their view in regards to where I will finalise my position around the airport chairs. But can I tell you that my colleague to my left, and it's appropriate that he's on my left, because that's actually, that's actually quite good. That my colleague on the left, for example, said that these shares were performing quite well up until a certain time. Well, that time would have been through COVID. But guess what? Things are sort of up in the projection around those shares. So we are returning back to what my humble and learned colleague on my left has said. Used to be good days. Well, we're heading back to those good days. So, Your Worship, I will save my whakaaro and any pātai. I will save that till after, because can I just confirm that we won't have the ability to ask staff now in regards to our 5 minutes? No. So I'll save all my pātai and everything else. Yep. I'll save it to them. I will, however, Your Worship, and I'll end up saving that question when we get into open, even though we're an open workshop, in regards to anything from your any incentives that were offered to any councillors around here from either yourself or your office. That'll be a question that I'll be asking. So I wanted to forewarn your staff, Your Worship, that is a pātai that I will be asking. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipina. Councillor Dalton, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm probably going to speak more in the item itself, but look, just acknowledging the difficulty this is, this difficult budget for councillors. There are councillors around the table that have been through the last 3 budgets. This is our 4th COVID-impacted budget. They've all been really, really hard. I don't think this is the hardest budget, actually. I think we've been through harder ones through COVID, and why it was harder is because we had no income outside of our rates. Our rates income is 39% of our total income. So we lost 61% of our income during lockdowns, and the decisions we had to make with no end in sight of when that was going to end. But here we are now in another COVID-impacted budget. We're still in a unique situation. We're still not business as usual. But what we do have is light at the end of the tunnel. We have revenue returning. We have dividends returning from the port and from the airport. This is not the time to sell the car to buy the petrol. This is a time for us to just get through this. It's hard to put rates out there for our people. I have 4 children. With children and mortgages and daycare fees, I get it. But what is impacting our families the most, what's impacting them the most is the cost of living. And no, we should be trying to do our best not to make that much harder. But put in context a rate increase to the other costs, and put in context how hard that will be if we don't do something this year, what will happen next year. It's going to be another hard year. It's going to be another hard couple of years, actually. So we've got a ways to go, but we've got to manage ourselves pragmatically through this budget, acknowledging it's not business as usual for a normal business. The assets, and we'll have that debate later, the only thing that I would have perhaps would have changed, Your Worship, is acknowledging other assets that we had in that decision instead of only having the airport shares and the assets. But other than that, we've heard quite clearly from Aucklanders, they want us to use short-term debt. They want us to increase the rates. They want us to keep the airport shares. And they want us to keep the services that mean so much to them. And as a council, we have a responsibility to be partners with our community, to look after the well-being of our community. We don't hand that over to central government. We say, we care, we want to be part of a vibrant, healthy, sustaining Auckland. And so to do that, we are at the table with Citizens Advice Bureau. We are at the table with everything else that we contribute to around Māori and Pacifica and climate action. So that's where I sit. We've still got a ways to go to get back to whatever the new normal looks like. The long-term plan I'm looking forward to, because we do need to change. Councillor Williamson is right. We've got to stop doing some stuff we've been doing for a very long time and give it to the people who do it better than we do. And we do have to cut costs. It's a continual battle. Thanks to Councillor Simpson, who's led Value for Money, the council has saved $2.2 billion since the beginning of this council. $2.2 billion. It's an ongoing piece of work. And everything that we look at, we must look into context. Don't just take one thing and look at it on its own. Look at it all together. And we have to really reset our budgets for the next 10 years for our city to be the vibrant city that we want it to be. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Fooley.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, my councillors on my left as well, for those awesome remarks. And I want to tautoko everything that Councillor Dalton and Councillor Filipaina have said as well. I do want to pick up on something that Councillor Baker has said. I haven't forgotten you, Councillor Baker. You know, everyone to my left are from South Auckland, so they are my colleagues that I've known actually the entire time that I've been involved in local government. I just want to pick up on the remark that we ought to sell our underperforming assets, and I agree with that. We do. We should sell our underperforming assets, but we haven't actually looked at all of our assets to see which assets are underperforming the most. We've only looked at one asset, and after having the chance to have a look at evidence, to have a look at the market, to have a look at how this asset has performed during this whole process, I'm of the view that actually it's not an underperforming asset. I agree with Bernard Hickey, who last night on TV1 said that it is a high-performing asset. I've seen the price of that asset continue to rise during this whole process, regardless of the negative comments that people and staff have made about this asset. You would expect that when an asset is talked about like that there might be some loss in confidence from other investors and that might affect the market and its market price, but that has not happened. We've seen it continue to trend upwards, even though some staff don't want to use that term, but we have seen it continue to increase in share price and trend upwards. And so I'm confident in tautokuing what my colleagues next to me have said, that this is a high-performing asset. It is an asset that we ought to keep. And yes, we should consider our underperforming assets, but that's a discussion to have at the long-term plan. During that process, let's have a look at all of our assets. At the start of this process, we were told nothing is off the table. And then we were continued to be given advice on only one main asset, our biggest asset, as it turns out. And when I've asked what other asset do we own that returns for us a huge capital gain and a dividend in the tens of millions, as we're expected for it to return to us this coming year, the only other asset that is comparable is our Ports of Auckland shares. We have other assets that we know do not earn us a dividend and actually cost us money to hold. They may provide for us a capital gain, but let's have a look at those assets. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying let's put all of those things on the table. Let's have a look at our spending. Let's have a look at our assets. Let's put everything on the table during that long-term plan process. But let's not be rash. Let's not sell off these shares, $2.3 billion worth of shares, in order to plug a $325 million hole. Let's not make the mistake that past councils have made in order to pay down debt or, fix infrastructure as they've done in the past, only to regret, I think, coming into the future now and coming to the merger with nothing or almost nothing to provide the rest of Auckland. Manukau City Council and Auckland City Council had the vision, had the foresight under leadership of great leaders like Sir Barry Curtis to not only hold on to our shares, but to increase our shareholding. And the rest of Tāmaki Makaurau Auckland has benefited from that good decision making. The rest of Tāmaki Makaurau Auckland has benefited to the tune of $400 million in dividends. You know, if we do sell those shares, they'll be gone forever. My kids, your kids, our grandchildren will not be able to benefit in the way that the rest of us have benefited from those shares. Your Worship, I will have more to say when we get to the debate, and I will have questions for our officers, but for now I will leave it at that, and thank you for the opportunity to express my opinions. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. So look, I'll probably just keep it reasonably, you know, at the higher level, and I appreciate this opportunity, so thank you. So just, you know, focusing more on what the rates look like through my eyes, what the cuts look like, and what the debt looks like, and then the question of divestment of the Auckland International Airport shareholding. So generally, Mayor, your most recently updated proposal, it's tracking in a somewhat favourable direction, and there's a refinement there. So I'm not patting you on the back too effusively, okay? But look, we're heading there. But I think on the rates, I just need to. I am prepared to go a little bit higher than you're proposing. I'm mindful that you're informed by what our most recent CPI number is, Consumer Price Index. I've asked our staff, and particularly at Auckland Transport, what really drives their program, CapEx and OpEx. And of course, it's not the price of fruit and veg. And the CPI is really, and particularly the last couple of quarters, it's been driven by, you know, the non-tradables, and particularly things that really don't drive our costs. What really drives our costs is more the producer's price index and the labour index. And we've seen big escalation in the capital space, particularly at Auckland Transport, and they've hurt badly in that area, and also on labour. So from my calculations, it's in the ballpark of an additional 1% to reflect the producer price index and the labour index as opposed to the CPI. So just giving you that feedback, Mayor. In the area of the cuts, I'm generally supportive. I think I was a little bit surprised how quickly you did the big reversal there. But I probably have a caveat there. I actually think the local boards do need to participate in this challenge as well. And you've restored fully 16. I've had some conversations with your office in the last few days, and I thought the number was more a 12, but I'm probably thinking it's a 12 to a 14. Now, I don't say that lightly, but this is an all-in. Auckland Council is the governing body and the local boards. And so we all have to participate in this enormous challenge, as our Chief Executive and yourself has outlined. So that's where I sit on that. On the debt, I am prepared. I note your move towards the 100. I know some of my colleagues are prepared to go a lot higher. I know we're going to we're at risk of compounding some problems going into the LTP. So I'm looking not just today, I'm actually looking ahead towards our LTP to make sure that we don't compound to a situation where we have got an enormous problem in front of us in that year. So kicking the can down the road comes in many guises, doesn't it? So I'm probably, to give you some feedback there, I'm probably prepared to look at an extension of that into the $110, $120 million range. Mayor, I just do want to comment on, and I think this is off the table now, there's a couple of community facility, you're a trader, as you mentioned, but I would put them down to as SOPs. The community facilities of Mandorewa and at Avondale, they can't be on the table. They need to go through a proper process. They haven't gone through a proper process. My respective boards of Kaipātiki, I'm sure that the board chair would have put up Birkenhead, the development there that we need to undertake, and many other boards would have put theirs up, as Councillor Bartley was referring to before. that draws me to the final and the big one is the airport. I did put up, and you accommodated my motion of a partial sell down earlier on. And I put that there because I thought we probably needed to be considering something, depending on all the other levers and how they were landing, something between that 0 and on. So I'll wrap there. I'm going to put this out. I'm actually prepared to consider a partial of a tranche of $500 million. And I don't say that lightly. I've examined this very, very hard. Mayor, I do have caveats with this, though. We do need to undertake a really good, robust process to understand the strategic value and the strategic outcomes of the airport. Now, members, I proposed this with the former mayor, and it was rejected. It was rejected by the left and it was rejected by the right. It was rejected by the left because, well, it might actually show that there are no strategic values, and it was rejected by the right because it might confirm there were strategic values. Yet that is a very fundamental thing to do, and we need to do it for at least the balance of the shareholding. So that's what I'm leaving here with you today. Gone over time a little bit. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley's next.
Thank you, Your Worship, for this opportunity to give 5 minutes in reflection on our positions. I will speak later as well, but I didn't support your budget going out for consultation because I felt that it was too much on cutting the community side, not enough focus on people. And it's good that your budget went out because the people came back in their thousands to say that they supported and they wanted to see those services that council does, which support our community, being kept there, being part of what council delivers, not offloaded to another agency to deliver, but for council to continue to deliver, because they see the importance of a council doing what it does in terms of the well-being of its city, not just bricks and mortar. So I felt that your budget was a kind of looking at a philosophical standpoint of what the core services of council should be. And I believe people have said that core services of council should include what services the well-being of a city. I probably watched too much Netflix because I felt that ended up being what was held to ransom for us to consider to sell the airport shares. If we want to keep the community, funding the community side of council, we have to support selling the shares. Now, in terms of our community side, I feel like they are being punished for going and getting external funding, which seems to be what is an aspiration of these budget cuts, is trying to seek external funding when we're already doing that as a council. The millions that are going into our Community and Customer Services Directorate, they are already seeking external funding. And yet they are the ones being proposed to be cut. But right in the very beginning, you said this was about doing more for less. Council is already doing more for less, given the millions that are coming in, the almost 1.7 million coming from Te Puni Kōkiri, almost $1 million coming from TEC, MB 3 million for up tempo, 3.5 million coming from Health New Zealand. You know, there's already millions coming into our community directorate from external providers. We should be able to continue doing what we're doing for the well-being of our city. CAB, again, people didn't say offload that. They said we still want to keep supporting CAB. So it's not about offloading them to someone else to do. People want our city to still provide that service, to still support that service, because it all goes to the lifeblood of our city. It all goes to the vibrancy, the arts, the culture, the events. That is all important to Auckland, and Auckland told us that. And our Te Taki Auckland Unlimited, we still need that economic development for our city, given what they've just done recently with IKEA, with Costco. Those big companies don't just turn up in the city like that. That was all their hard work. So that's my bit about our community directorate. In terms of the airport, one of the other councillors said to us that we shouldn't hold on to the airport because of affection. I do have affection for the airport shares because it brings us in $40 million a year. So I have affection to the revenue that brings us. I'm open to asset sales. I am open to asset sales, but how this has come about is it's just sell the shares. I want us to look at the rest of our $70 billion asset base that we have and not just come up with the one that's easiest to offload. Excuse me. I don't have COVID, by the way. But yeah, I just cannot comprehend selling an asset that brings us in money. There are other assets that will probably be underperforming. We need to look at those in the $70 billion that we have. So I look at the dividends that brings in for the council. I look at how it's 2.2 billion, but in 2011 it was 70 million. So look at how much that has grown. So that is where my affection lies, is with the revenue that brings us in and with what that revenue goes towards in our communities to keep our community services operational. So yes, I agree with selling the assets once we have a good look at our $70 billion asset base and what we can sell. And I agree with your figure on the rates, and I agree with your cuts so far. But obviously, my tendency is borrowing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll talk more about the detail of where I'm thinking a bit later, but look, I've been the focal point of some of the discussion recently in the media and in the public, and I just want to thank everyone that's contacted me for either for or against asset share sales and things like that. It's been really helpful to sort of refine my thinking. I think we need to go higher on rates, and I'd be looking at, like Councillor Darby said, maybe 1%, maybe a little bit more. We need to balance the budget and actually look at things in totality. I'll talk more about debt a bit later, but I'm comfortable with our level of debt. If we need to go a little bit higher, that's okay, but I would not want us to go hugely up in terms of our debt. There's huge consequences to that I want to talk about later. I do want to focus my feedback at the moment on the level of cuts we were facing, as I did in previous discussions as well. Look, I'm glad that we've moved on from the initial proposal that came out. I think we're really going in the right direction there to somewhere a lot more comfortable. Just want to quickly acknowledge the hard work of many councillors that have worked hard on this aspect of the budget, particularly Councillor Hills, Councillor Ferry, there are others as well. Thank you for your hard work on this. I think my residents will thank you too. The initial proposal I called death by 1,000 cuts. Now, that wasn't easy to hear, I'm sure. It wasn't easy to say. But I'm really glad that we've moved on from that position to somewhere we're a hell of a lot more comfortable and much better than the black budget that we were facing on public service cuts. We're looking a lot more positive. That's good. If anything, I'd want over 50 million. I'd want to increase that level of service and give back as much as possible to public services. But we do need to compromise on that point, I understand that. Because these services are built off the backs of public workers, public spends, that the future of our city involves these things being retained and increased. No city can cut their way to prosperity. No people have ever thanked them for it either. Let's move on from a conversation of cutting. I'm alarmed that we've already had several discussions around we can cut this, we can cut that, even in this discussion now. Hacking and slashing. Let's talk about the city we want to actually live in, to bring our kids up in. That's what I want to talk about. We've been, maybe hold your applause, I'd say. We've been putting assets on the table over successive budgets. I just want to very politely and respectfully differ on that point. In terms of throwing more assets on the table, I don't want to do that. We've sold up enough parks, in my view. We've done that. I don't want to keep doing that. I've heard the views and I've read the messages of so many people that have contacted me, and again, I thank you, but I've read the submissions of Waitakere residents as well. At this table, I have never voted against what they've told me to vote for. Never. And I don't intend to do that today either. And the fact is, a clear majority of Waitakere residents supported at least a partial sale. That's it. if a sale must be done to save jobs and public services, the work of our excellent community groups that enrich the lives of Aucklanders every day, services that people will miss. If we have to sell shares to do that, I would suggest that we do two things. One, we look at no more than a partial sale, and I suggest that this actually has more support around the table, and that's important because we do need to reach a compromise position. No one's going to be fully happy, right? Secondly, I do want us to look in the long-term plan at a serious attempt to gain assets and investments that will provide reliable dividends to boost our public services long into the future. Finally, and I'll talk a bit more about it, but I do just want to thank you all for whatever happens today. It will be a compromise. We're all going to have to swallow a dead rat or two, and that's fine. That's what compromise is all about. But I hope that through this process, as custodians working together, we're boosting the trust and confidence in the direction of the city and in Auckland that we can be proud to live in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I might take up my full 5 minutes here, so make sure you give me that bell. And I'll probably have a bit more focus on the rates, the cuts, and the shares and my feedback to you now. It's important to listen to the voice of Aucklanders and to listen to the feedback that they've bothered to take the time to give us. Of 41,146 responses the Council has received as feedback from the public in the consultation process. It's the largest in our history as a super city. Over 53% of Aucklanders supported this, either the full sale of the shares or the partial sale of the shares. In my ward, for example, over 66% of the residents and ratepayers supported selling all of the shares or partially selling the shares. I am wholeheartedly in support of keeping the residential rate increase at below the rate of inflation. This is because Auckland is in a cost of living crisis and we need to avoid dipping further into ratepayers' pockets. Equally, I'm keen not to further increase the massive amount of Auckland Council debt. This is because debt attracts interest repayment costs, which also hits Aucklanders in the pocket. Finding a balanced budget which addresses the $325 million deficit requires a balance of unpopular levers available to the Council to be used. No one wants to cut services nor higher rates bills in this cost of living crisis, which is hurting households when they can least afford it. This ranges from the ability to pay for the groceries, put fuel in the car, put shoes on children's feet, or pay the rent, amongst many other affordability issues ordinary citizens of Auckland are facing. The Mayor, to his credit, has listened to the feedback from Aucklanders and the local boards and restored funding to a number of service cuts he originally proposed. This includes refunding the Citizen Advice Bureau and the local boards so they can continue to support the communities. Aucklanders are looking for the Mayor to fix Auckland. They also want the Mayor to stop unnecessary or non-cost-effective spending. However, the Mayor has inherited a massive $325 million budget hole, which was the result of the financial decisions made by the Finance and Performance Committees and the governing body decisions in previous terms. In my opinion, this is a band-aid budget to stop the financial hemorrhaging of the Council. The Mayor must present his promised Fix Auckland budget, which he has signalled he wants to do. He has signalled he wants to do that, and he is intended to do that as part of the 10-year budget setting process next year. I support selling 18.09% of the shareholdings in the Auckland Airport to pay down debt of $2.2 billion, realising $100 million per annum of ongoing interest cost savings. This does involve foregoing estimated dividends of $40 million this year, but also realises a net benefit every year of at least $60 million a year. So stop spending $100 million a year in interest costs to get back $40 million a year in dividends. The rising cost of living, increasing rents and mortgage rates, fuel costs, increased food costs, and are all placing households under significant pressure. This means Auckland Council has to have the courage to make significant cut costs, avoid increasing debt, and avoid dipping further into ratepayers' pockets by unnecessarily increasing rates. Large-scale cuts to Auckland's bloated bureaucracy is required that are not core council business or necessary frontline services. If we repeat using the budget levers, especially taking on more debt, in the same way we have under the past Len Brown and Gough administrations, we will simply be repeating history. Now is the time for bold and brave decisions to stop the wastage and overspending, get council back to core business, and to get control over the council-controlled organisations. Auckland also needs reassurance in what you plan to put up to the vote today that the selling of the airport shares will not be wasted by funding unnecessary council spending. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Right on the 5 minutes. Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. I guess when I look at this budget, I don't like any of the levers. And I think most of us would probably say that. And most of what I hear from the public is that they don't like any of the levers. The focus for me, the lever that I've been wanting to change the most, has been the cuts. From the beginning, you've heard me, Mayor, around this table, in your office, on the phone to you, month after month. The focus for me was reducing those cuts to our community, reducing the staff cuts, reducing the what I feel is mean cuts to what is going on in this city, the environment, to climate, to events, to culture, to libraries, to local board, to economic development, to, I could go and keep going. You know, the cuts in the budget presented were rough. What the community told us, and I've never seen it happen before, is 73% of those who submitted told us they also oppose all or some of those cuts. That is the strongest I've seen on almost any question we've ever put to the public, and we had 4 times the normal amount of people tell us that. So that gave me heart that you would listen, the council would listen, but also I was on the right track with my thinking. What wasn't clear after that was what Aucklanders wanted us to do to fill that gap or to reduce those cuts and fix it. So all local boards, apart from Waiheke, majority said either all or part of the airport shares. Rates and debt, there was far less certainty around what people wanted us to do. There was not a steer clear across the city on that. And then on the storm response, that was almost as good as the opposing the cuts. I think it was 69 or 68%. Which said we need to do something about the storm. I guess my understanding of where we are as a council, as a group, I will admit this has been the hardest 6 months of my career, I guess, it hasn't been nice, and it hasn't just been about things you've said, Mayor. There's been a lot of other discussions around this table that I've been appalled at around staff, each other, things like that. So it isn't a nice place at the moment, and I think the city knows that and can see that. So, and I've given you that feedback too, Mayor. But this isn't about you or us, it's about the city, the community, and the staff jobs we're putting online. So even with the cuts proposed, you know, I put forward to you about 60 million of my hopes and dreams of what would come back. Even the cuts proposed still leave us with hundreds of jobs being cut from this organisation. And it also still means tough times for our city when they'll be paying more but getting less. That is what's going to happen here. So I guess I pleaded to our colleagues, and I know Councillor Ferry did the same. If we weren't going to sell any shares at all, then it should be on rates, because that gives us the same impact over 10 years. Cuts is something that I wanted to rule out. Cuts will give you the same impact. If you cut 20 million, that 20 million is cut for 10 years. If you raise 20 million from a 1% rate rise, that sits on your books for 10 years. And same with the sale of the shares. It gets lumpy towards the end of the 10-year budget, but in these early years, it was quite a big saving. The only thing that doesn't do that is the debt. And so I know you've moved on debt. I know Councillor Simpson has moved on debt. The what you've got here is higher than what I thought you would go. But if you are leaning too hard, we are taking our communities and our staff through this pain again next year. And I'll ask some questions about what that looks like. But if you go too hard on the debt, and do not get confused, the Bernard Hickeys and others, do not get confused. I support debt for new assets. We have done that, and maybe Morris and others don't understand why we did that, but we dramatically increased, more than doubled our capital build in 6 years, and we did that a lot with debt. But that is those long-term assets, roads and pipes and things that are important to us that make sense to borrow for. My opinion, we can't do is keep borrowing for operational costs, because we only add it. It only gives us that 1 year sugar hit, and we're back to figuring out that hole again. So I guess what I'm saying is we need to work together. I've been on the losing side of a few votes, like on discretionary spending and things, which I thought was a mean vote. I want to work with the majority here around this council, because we will break our staff and our city if we make them do this again next year. And I think we just need to be really clear about that we will do that again if it's all on debt, or if we don't make a hard decision today and just leave it to the LTP. I don't want to do that to our city or our staff.
Thank you very much. Right on, 5 minutes. Councillor Watson, please.
Just a progress report, everyone. We're nearly half there. There's only 12 to go. Like some of the others, Mr Mayor, I'm just going to make a few general observations and leave some of the detail to later on, where I think that's more appropriately addressed. I guess I'd just say at the outset, in terms of process, I believe quite strongly that the big item, the airport shares, that should definitely be addressed as part of the long-term plan process. It should be the last resort, not the first resort, as has been the case through this annual plan, and should occur after a full and thorough examination of the council's finances, which again has not happened thus far. It's becoming pretty apparent there is a fundamental restructuring of the council that is required, and that will be hard. I don't think anyone's saying otherwise. We will have to endeavour to cut costs while trying to retain important services, and we need to address that, and address that expeditiously over this forthcoming year. As far as selling the shares go, to me that's really just the easy option at the moment, and my real concern is that actually doing that will work against that fundamental restructuring that needs to occur. There have been lots of talks of sugar hits. Well, that'll be a $2.4 billion sugar hit in my humble opinion. What I feel has been lacking from this process, which I appreciate more time for, is more of an investment perspective. We used to have that through Auckland Council Investments Limited, where we had experts, we had people who invested large sums of money, who did provide an investment view, and actually did produce very good returns for us. That went, unfortunately, and I think, without being unkind, a closer analysis of what that shareholding means to the council in terms of returns, essentially $2.4 billion over just a 7-year period, has been glossed over. If it wasn't retaining the airport shares, you wouldn't be in the position now to sell off $2 billion worth of them. They'd be long since gone. So we definitely need an investment perspective rather than the rather limited view we've had thus far. As far as the interim goes, we have to land a budget, and it has to be a balanced budget. I'm hopeful that can be provided, and through a prudent increase in the use of debt. It's a little rich to be talking about the shutters coming down the debt when we're sitting at 12 billion in debt. It might have been nice if that had been signalled a little earlier on the piece than 2023, but there you go, that's the position we're in. I agree with the signalling of the Mayor to keep the rates in light of the pressures people on in or around the cost of inflation, and I think that can be done. I think the exact numbers are probably better addressed later on, but for me, I'm basically signalling that the use of that additional debt is the mechanism by which that can be achieved, and hopefully the inclusion of an airport dividend might be helpful too in the calculations. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I would say that, if we're giving our honest feedback here, I've found the sell the shares or face cuts to the community and higher rates both a little distasteful and misleading, and actually hasn't helped matters in terms of that need to come up with that balanced interim budget. So you're certainly not responsible for the position we're in. I don't see us in a crisis. I think with the use of the time that's available, that balanced interim budget can be produced. It doesn't require the sale of the airport shares, either full or partial, and I think it buys us time to make that fundamental restructuring that now must occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Walker, please.
I'll just follow on from John. I won't repeat everything that John said, but I agree with everything that he said. And one of the huge concerns I've had is around contestable advice. Now, having said that, myself and a number of councillors had the opportunity to hear from the person that led out our diversified assets funds, John Crawford, one of the most competent financial advisors in New Zealand, Commerce Commission, Treasury. Maurice Williamson knows him well and could extol all of his experience. I won't. And he said it like this. Let's say you've got a family and mum and dad, they've got some assets. They've got some children. The children have got difficulties with their mortgages, and they come to mum and dad and say, look, sell down some of the family's assets, help us to pay off our mortgages. And mum and dad look at the circumstance and they assess. But the lifestyle of the children was somewhat extravagant. They were living beyond their means. They had some fast cars, overseas trips and the like. And the parents knew that if they sold off some of the family silver, they would not be solving the problem. In fact, they could even be making the problem worse. And John Crawford said that we're a bit like that. We're not addressing the underlying financial issues, and that is that we are spending beyond our means. We're spending beyond our means, and we've been doing it for successive years, and that has to stop. And fortunately, we've got a mayor, and that's yourself, that has a commitment to turning that around, and that I applaud, because we need to do that. And I would say that making cuts does not have to involve cuts in services, does not correlate with cuts in services. We can do better and we can be more efficient, and there are any number of us around this table, including Councillor Turner and many members of the public and competent people, that will tell us that, and will tell us in some detail where those cuts can be made and that they do not involve cuts in services. Maurice Williamson has had access to granular financials. We have not had adequate opportunity as a council to actually go over the council's finances and find those savings. We have not had that, and that is particularly disappointing, but we will have that opportunity in the long-term plan. And I would suggest that it is in the long-term plan that is the most appropriate time to deal with the airport shares. And I agree with the sentiments expressed about the return that the airport shares have given us. And one of the things that we might do as part of that long-term plan, which is a suggestion that Mr. Crawford made, is we might roll it into a rainy day fund. That might involve selling airport shares and putting some of that money into even better investments, bearing in mind that the airport was returning up to 18% in some years. And if those investments are returning far more than our cost of capital, and our interest costs are going to be tracking down, then as a city, we are in a far more sustainable, credible, affordable and implementable circumstance, to quote Mr. Gudsell, than what we are now. And that is what we should be considering in the long-term plan. And my particular concern in this budget is, in my view, we've been somewhat railroaded in respect of what we've gone out with. So we have not considered adequately the number of savings we could have found. We have not considered adequately circumstances we might have changed around depreciation. The officers tell us those things are locked in. We do know that we can enhance our position going forward with better development contributions, with value uplift, with more support in the form of government assistance, all of those things. And if you look at our March investor update, what it does show in terms of our debt to revenue is it starts tracking down dramatically over time, quite significantly. The line is there. So we're in the very fortunate position where this council is rock solid. Auckland Airport is rock solid. We've got a great investment in a port that's solid. So we have a very, very good situation to go forward and not have to make decisions immediately in this long-term plan that may be counterproductive. And in terms of suggestion, there is a paper that you and other councillors have that has been put together by a number of councillors. Tufuli has distributed it. That does show a way forward in terms of a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have Councillor Williamson, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm reminded of the American tourist driving around Ireland and asking an old Irishman, can you tell me how to get to Limerick? And the response was, well, I wouldn't start from here. And that's our problem. I wish we wouldn't have to start from here either, but we bloody well do. And I'm really sorry that we have to do it in the reverse order, because I think the long-term plan changes are where the real significant root and branch changes need to be made. This place has for a long time put its rates up above the rate of inflation. It doesn't look much in any one year, but if you look at the cumulative over it, it's been horrific for the poor old ratepayer. And right now, there are people on fixed income struggling to put food on the table. So my priority for things is to make sure that we keep the rates within the rate of inflation or near as possible. My other concern is that we've got those 4 circles up there. I'm thinking I haven't done this before, I only drew them just then, so hopefully they'll work. But the 4 circles of expenditure reductions, increased debt, the airport share sales, and finally what happens to our rate circle. And using my old mathematics training that John Crawford and I went through together at university, hopefully you realise that they come together in only one place, and it's called the solution space in there. And the solution space is something I've hardly heard anyone talk about. I know so many of you around this table that say, well, I support cutting this, but I don't think we should do this and we don't do that. When you add those numbers up, they're not within the solution space. They all have to overlap. The reductions have to be equivalent to the debt we take on, equivalent to what the change of the airport share sales are, and that we keep our rates within it. And that calculator, I hope, helped you at least start to focus on that. I want to address a couple of things that are just wrong. I heard somebody here today say, oh, the public don't support airport share sales. But I can tell you, yes, they do. From the polling that we did for Auckland Airport shares, from the submissions 53%, and from the survey 76% were supportive of some form of airport share sales. So that's wrong to say the public don't. They did. They didn't support the whole of the airport share sales, but they did support the concept of selling them. I also keep hearing that it's a strategic asset, and I simply don't know what that means. It's a strategic asset for the city. It's a strategic asset for the country, but it's not a strategic asset for this council in terms of an investment, because it costs us more every year than it pays us. Now people say, oh no, they're free, we got gifted them. I'm sorry, when the bank puts a mortgage on your house, it doesn't say that only applies to the bathroom and the back toilet. It applies to the property overall, and our debt, our 11.7 going to 12, applies to everything. And selling those shares would take 2.3 billion off that debt and drop our interest rate costs for about 100 and slightly more, and we'll get more as some of our debt comes off hedge fund. And those of you who are saying to me, oh, but we think interest rates are going to go down, good luck with that. Because interest rates, I think, are going to be held in, and so is inflation, quite strongly in the upper direction for at least the next few years. And so I'm very much in favour of selling any asset that is costing us more to keep than it's returning to us. And even, there's a good old Tremolo song, even the bad times are good. Well, even the good times are bad with these shares. Even when you get to the very best return we can get from all the analysts saying it, you have to have interest rates at under 2% for you to actually be washing a face on these shares. So I most certainly will be voting for it. I'm sure I'm going to be in the minority. And lastly, I want to say something about ratio of debt to assets. I hear so many people, I heard 2 local board chairmen this morning on the radio saying, well, we've got 70 billion of assets. Well, let me tell you, the vast bulk of those are parks and recreational facilities and roads and pipes and dams and so on. You can't sell those. You can't realise those assets. Most companies, when they portray what their asset base is, they're buildings, they're vehicles, there are a whole lot of tangible assets you can sell if you're in trouble. Most of our assets are unrealisable. So this idea of, well, we've only got 12 billion of debt, but we've got 70 billion of assets is just so wrong. And finally, a warning to you. There's so much more coming down the pipe at us. The CRL, God knows what's coming in that. I've been told that the final figure is going to be 7.25 when it's finally washed up and when we get all of the stations. We're going to have to borrow debt to fund that. And that debt ratio is already near the ceiling. So please look at trying to bring that back down. For those 2 people from the West who have got a lot of properties that are going to need remediation and actually being bought out of, we're going to have to take on a big more chunk of debt to do those. Those are things we have to do. And we do not need to own an asset that is not washing its face. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. It's been really interesting listening to everybody's comments, and I'm still listening. And right to the very end, I think I'll be still listening. But I don't think anybody in this room actually campaigned on selling any of the airport shares. I campaigned on reducing operational costs. By doing that, I believe we can achieve a lot more, and especially in savings with a long-term plan. And I think we're really lucky to have somebody like Councillor Morris Williamson, who's the Chair of Expenditure and Procurement, because I know he's really doing a lot of the hard, heavy lifting and trying to find some really good savings. And around this table, I've been around this table for a number of years, and I haven't heard very many people around this table want to make any savings. Every time we want to try and save something, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Well, I'll tell you what, there's people in our communities at the moment that if the rates go up anymore, it's tipping them over the edge. And we're talking about people that are on fixed incomes. We're talking about young families that have just purchased, have got a huge mortgage. Not only the huge mortgage, but they're also having to pay rates. They're trying to put food on the table. They're just trying to live. And I think I'm listening, and I'm truly, it's going to be right at the very end, after I've listened to everybody and we get back into the debate, that I will finally decide how I'm going to vote. You know, there's been some really good arguments on all sides. And so anyway, I'm going to be interested in hearing from everybody else. But one of the things I think we really do need to look at this long-term plan. That's where we're going to make the real savings. And we all have to really decide that we're going to make those savings. We can't just do everything. We're doing so much. We're picking up a lot of what central government should be doing, a lot of the social and the education and the health things we shouldn't be so involved in. I know, yes, they give us a bit of funding and everything, but we shouldn't be getting involved in all of that. That's not what the rates are all about. So anyway, I think I've said enough, and I'll look forward to hearing from everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the issues we face here today, particularly in relationship to the proposed sale of Auckland International Airport shares, can be covered by three categories, if you like. And I'm going to focus on the airport shares because I'll tell you now, essentially, the Mayor's proposal, as significantly amended, is by and large acceptable to me, including the rates. So I want to talk about the airport share proposal, which is not acceptable to me, and I believe most Aucklanders. And I want to talk about the mandate because I don't believe anyone, and I think Councillor Stewart made the point, anyone in the room has a mandate, a political mandate, as relatively recently elected councillors and mayor, to sell the airport shares. No one campaigned on selling assets, and obviously as successful politicians, why would you? Because selling assets is well known to be the kiss of death, and no one wants to go there. So in terms of the mandate, the mayor has a mandate to fix Auckland, and I support that mandate. I would contend selling our major income earning asset, or one of them, one of the two last ones, is not the way to fix Auckland. The long-term plan and looking at all the aspects and analysing our problematic finances is the way to do that. In terms of mandate, 34% of the Aucklanders who were asked said no sale. 26 said, in effect, if you have to, if there's a crisis, you can sell some. And 24% said you can sell the lot. Now, I reject completely the logic that adds 26 to 24 and say that's the majority. If that relates to elections, it would be the runners-up. The Electoral Commission would say candidate B and candidate C got more votes than candidate A, therefore candidate A is out. Well, that's just not on, is it? In terms of the local boards, whose opinion we value very much because of their closeness to the community, 12 out of 21 said don't sell. And I'll tell you, I'm impressed with that because local boards were facing severe cuts, and yet, rather than coughing up or backing down or buckling, they kept to their principles because they knew full well that the people that they're close to didn't want the airport shares sold. And then I come to the matter of financial prudence. Councillor Williamson's talked about our assets. This is a real asset, folks. This is an earning asset, just like the ports of Auckland. It's absolute security in terms of our income debt to revenue ratio. Not only does it earn us money, but it earns us capital gains on our balance sheet. Any decent accountant will tell you that. And so in terms of financial prudence, the public will know, the older ones in particular, that selling the BNZ, selling the Auckland Savings Bank, selling Telecom, selling the power companies was not a smart move at all financially long term. Selling Air New Zealand and selling New Zealand Rail was even worse because the government had to step in and buy the thing back because it was so badly managed. They were so badly managed. So asset sales is not financial prudence. And that there's one last point, I've already touched on it. This is a big deal, $2.35 billion. It's the biggest asset sale in Auckland's history. And how unfortunate it is that we are faced with this. The legal aspects of this process are going to be closely examined. I feel that the council has got into the habit in terms of consultation, and I'll mention Auckland Transport as well, of taking consultation for granted. The way the council and AT went about consultation, I found in the election campaign, caused more aggro with the community than even rates increases. So I would make the plea, Mr Mayor, Yes, fix Auckland and let us help you, but do it the proper way. This is a long-term decision we're facing here, and with the other long-term decisions, it should be dealt with in what the local government calls the long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Fletcher, please.
I feel a bit of disappointment that a year ago we were told Council's financial situation was sustainable and we were encouraged to take the government's Three Waters sweetener. Who's going to turn down free money, I recall an elected member saying. Well, in my life, there's no free lunch, and sooner or later there'll be strings, and it seems that those funds were just papering over a deep crack. In the intervening months, we have seen interest rates rise, we have had the tragedy associated with the anniversary floods, and we know the tremendous difficulties, but they are not solely responsible for the underlying and systemic problems we want and need to address today. Since the formation of the Super City, debt has continued to accumulate. Those who voted against us, and I'm thinking especially of the late Dick Quacks, they foreshadowed the situation we are in. We failed to prioritise, didn't give sufficient consideration to intergenerational debt, and we weren't prudent. We have left a legacy of debt and fear. The real issue here in the debate should be how we tackle expenditure, not just selling assets. We know we need to own this and move forward together. I want to say how much I have truly appreciated meeting with other councillors over the last couple of days. Meeting without officers present, or the Mayor, thrashing out how we might proceed. It has been civil, constructive, there haven't been recriminations and name-calling. Everyone had the common objective of good stewardship for Auckland with a determination to do the right thing, and I particularly want to thank Shane Henderson for his chocolate biscuits, which were very, very welcome. So in moving forward, I want, Your Worship, to also thank a few other people. I want, as others have mentioned, to thank John Crawford. He is a former Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, I should say. I would like to really thank him for his constructive, clear and contestable advice freely given. I think he might be here today. I also wish to thank my CSA Alex and Andrew Pickering for their support. And I want to thank Max Hardy for taking my many phone calls in confidence and working towards us being here today free to speak, I hope with open minds. I am grateful for being a member of the Audit and Risk Committee this term. I think the request for disclosure of the debt situation is something I wished had been in place a long time ago. So in the interest of being constructive and not wishing to be a drongo, financially illiterate or a dipshit, I welcome the opportunity to safely express our preferences. Your Worship, many voted for you because they believed that Auckland was on the wrong track and we needed a disruptor. And that is why the support you got in December was unprecedented for the near unanimous support for going out for consultation. That is not something your predecessors had enjoyed. Most of you know I don't want to sell the airport shares now. Anything of that magnitude, as you've heard from time and time again, should be on the table along with everything else during the LTP. And I would like to see an untouchable fund, a bit like the old Infrastructure Auckland, yielding positive dividends, because I think that's what we need. Selling shares now just because of the debt situation does not sit comfortably with me. But I know we need to land a budget today in order to give Auckland a certainty. In that spirit, I'm willing to see, as Councillor Darby has suggested, a small holding sold if it means that we can make progress and get towards the LTP. So I wish for us to take some decisions today, and it does involve dead rats, as others have said, but we've got to come together before the LTP, which needs a change in culture in itself. How about we all sit down with our officers and work out our brief for what we want from the LTP before our diaries are littered with appointments for briefings that we are going to have. There are a few things that we could look at doing differently, because we should be acting as governors. So today is the curtain raiser for the LTP. John Watson has spoken, I think, on behalf of many of us for the need for protecting funds from present and future spendthrifts. But continuing to flog off assets ultimately just defers the day of judgment and isn't fair to the people of Auckland. The decisions that we have taken on visionary projects and the building of new assets is to be celebrated. Time will be kind to this council for advancing the CRL and our regional parks, but history will not record us well if we fail to prioritise and address our inability to live within our means.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, look, thank you, Your Worship. My first preference would have been the proposed revised budget, which includes the divestment of the shares. There were conditions for that. I'm just not sure that's going to get up at the moment, so I think that we might be having to talk compromises very shortly. I just want to describe what I think a prudent budget looks like. Firstly, it has prudential budget settings, which starts with fully funding depreciation. Very important. Secondly, there needs to be some de-risking of debt. It's not just about the debt ceiling, it's about the cost of servicing the debt. I'm interested in what is the cost of servicing the debt. Look, I agree with Councillor Hills. A real concern for me has been the social licence of this budget, which is about the range of services to the community. That is very important. Look, the funding contract for COB by way of example. When I first came to this place, getting a fair funding arrangement for Bureau in my ward, Manaroa and Papakura, was very important. The cost of that overall was higher because the agreement for getting those Bureau properly funded was a no disadvantage clause, which meant that there couldn't be an adjustment to the other bureaus. So yeah, we do have costs. They are costs which are inconvenient for some, but that is important for me. That has to be paid for. Throughout this whole discussion, the best advocate for my ward has been Matt Winiata. I'm very grateful for his advocacy on the budget, and I'm very grateful that the revised budget reflects a different approach to cuts. And I know that Matt is listening to this. He's been messaging me throughout, and I appreciate his advocacy. He's got a big future in our ward. Councillor Foley, I very much appreciate your reflection on history with respect to Manukau City's shareholding. Thanks for that. I was part of that debate. We spent money to get an increase in the shareholding for the airport. And Councillor Darby, you will rightly question as to what is the motive. It's a good question to ask. The motive at the time was to block a takeover bid. Now, whatever the pros and cons of that, that's what I went along with that. I have to say, though, if I'm honest with you, that my priority, being elected public office, has never been about developing an airport precinct. My priority has always been about trying to develop facilities for the betterment of my constituents in South Auckland. And that's why, at the time, that the priority for me, redeveloping Netball Manaroa, the Manaroa Sports Centre, these were things that were important to me and they got done. Councillor Bartley, you've indicated that there are communities out there that are having to seek external funding. You are absolutely right. That is what's happening. And I've been doing that in my ward. Facilities such as Manaroa Methodist, Hallmai Bowls, Papakura City FC at McLennan Park, Manukau Cricket, Manaroa Tennis, etc., etc. I would like to have criteria for divestment which starts to address some of these gaps that have lingered for years that I was never able to get Gough to move on. And that's why, Councillor Filipaina, I most certainly want to see a return for the legacy communities of former the communities of Legacy, Auckland City and Manukau City. And that's why Memorial Park is there, because I want to get on with that, because at the moment, the council isn't an equal partner, and I want to address that. It might not be an acceptable condition for some people, but it's an important consideration for me. And thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to take up those particular matters with your office in discussion. I just want to conclude, if I may, by saying that I believe that with respect to this particular budget, this isn't a circuit breaker, I accept that, and there will need to be a series of budgets as we go through the long-term plan. We have not funded the cost of CRL. We have not funded the enormous burden of unfunded depreciation. We have not funded the cost of storm recovery and the increasing cost of debt servicing. And I want to know what those costs will be as soon as possible, because that has to be paid for. I look forward to the debate, but you asked for my initial position, that's it.
Thank you for that, very clear. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you to everybody. I've listened to everything everyone's had to say, and I want to support my fellow West Waitakere Ward Councillor for his good words. Lots of people have touched on it, but I haven't heard the word productivity used. There was no productivity lever. We aren't in a strapped for cash situation, we're in a productivity deficit. And that's not our workers not doing their job properly, that's us guys voting through policies and processes which load admin on their backs. We've got structure which lines up our workforce horizontally on each other's back rather than vertically across the public-facing coal-face to delivering services. You see it out in the suburbs, everybody sees it every day, where it takes now 5 people to pick up rubbish on the footpath or 7 people to unblock one manhole. And that's why people in my ward, there's for and against for selling the airport shares, but when you talk to everybody in behind it all, they don't believe that they're going to get anything for the loss of the shares. And in some ways, I agree with them. I don't see why we need to use a $2 billion cork to plug a $350 million hole. There's an old saying that my dad and grandpa used to say, keep your powder dry. Why use up all our powder in an elephant gun to shoot a rat so we can get to the real problem, the long-term plan? So I want us to go forward in a nice, sensible, structured way where we walk towards the main problem, which is our productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I don't have a polished speech, and to be honest, I thought Ken might go a little bit longer. So, yeah. No offence, Ken.
Flexibility is an advantage.
You've got 5.5. So, noting that this is in the context of an open workshop, that we're giving our views at this point, but reserving the right to debate, seek amendment, etc. The original question from the Mayor for this discussion was what our ideal budget would be. And much like my colleague from the East, Councillor Williamson, I wouldn't start from here to deliver my ideal budget, which would be based on investing in Auckland and in Aucklanders. However, we are where we are, and keeping in mind the 4 levers and the feedback that we've had from the community, and acknowledging I've had 2 of my colleagues already mention this, Councillor Hills and Councillor Henderson, I have been interested in how we close the gap sustainably over time and in an enduring way. And I think the most responsible and honest way to do that is through a larger rates increase. And I know that that's not got support around the table, so I won't be putting that up today, but if someone else wanted to, I would probably support that. In regard to the cuts, I kind of don't see them as, well, I don't see that activity as a negative. I see it very much as a positive. It is something that delivers for our community. We're talking about services that directly impact, and often directly impact the parts of our community that are most vulnerable and who we most need to support from an equity lens. I'm not scared of debt because we use debt to fund capital investments, to spread the burden of paying for those investments over the generations who will benefit from those investments. And I see that as the appropriate way to use debt as much as possible. I worry that using debt when we have other options, which would be a higher rates increase, to fund an OPEX gap isn't actually an equitable response because it doesn't spread the burden across generations of generational assets. It funds in the short term some services that actually cannot be benefits across a longer term time frame, as debt should be used. I've received many emails and I want to acknowledge the people who've written to me as much as possible. I have replied, and the last few days you've probably got an auto reply because things have got a little bit out of hand. I have had a lot of people tell me that they want me to support retaining the airport shares. And I've listened very carefully to that, and I'm still thinking about it. As some people may be aware, the last couple of days I've had other aspects of the airport share decision on my mind. That's now resolved. But I do want to acknowledge that the airport shares are not just a straightforward asset for us as a city. They have in the past produced income. They will again in the future, probably in the near future. And the last 3 years is something of an aberration in that regard. So I sort of put that aspect of it to one side. At my core, I did not run for local government to support the sale of public assets. And that for me is probably where I go when it comes to the airport shares. But I will continue to listen to the debate and see where we land. I wanted to touch, though, on what I think the real problem is, which is revenue. And that's where I come back to rates, but also other forms of revenue. And we do need to look at our car parking revenue in particular and acknowledge that that work is going to happen and hopefully we can see some improvement there before we get to the long-term plan. But what I really want us to do in the long-term plan is really thoroughly look at our income. What are our options? Are we getting as much income as we could? And how can we manage that better in the future? Because we can't keep making cuts. We're actually delivering now a level of service to Aucklanders that is actually pretty good in most areas and that they tell us they want and that they frankly deserve. And we need to take responsible decisions about bringing in the income that will fund that level of service that Aucklanders tell us they want and need. And for me, that's not through short-term debt and it's not through selling the airport shares. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora koutou. Today we're making the difficult decision to balance the budget hole we've been presented with. This could arguably be one of the most significant budget decisions that will be made since the Super City was amalgamated. I agree with the comments made earlier by Councillor Dalton. Our communities have been significantly impacted and stressed, thinking they will lose arts centres, funding for swimming programs for months. So I want to acknowledge the significant levels of stress they have been under and the local board chairs and members that are here present today. Kia ora. Since the budget proposal came out, I've had huge concerns with what was put on the chopping block, but agreed at the time for this to go out for consultation. I want to thank the many faux constituents who have sent hundreds of emails to save the things that are important to Aucklanders, the arts, citizens' advice bureaus, ECEs and local boards. I'm constantly reminded of the Act, which states the four well-beings and the obligation we have to ensure this is met. So I do agree with the many changes that the Mayor has made to the budget with the support of councillors since the original budget came out. I agree with this budget, except for the sale of the airport shares, either partial or full, and the ECE funding. Selling the airport shares should be the absolute last resort, and therefore I'm proposing we look at a small amount of additional debt in addition to the Mayor's proposal of $100 million until such time we look at all options. This is not the right time to look at one of our most significant assets we have, especially when we know the shares are predicted for a $40 million dividend this year. The value of the shares since our proposal went out continue to increase. There are a number of other assets we should consider selling in the long-term plan, discussions which I brought up in our workshops along with the golf courses and the many other assets, additional revenue, including discussions around depreciation and capital projects. After discussions with experienced financial advisors, I've been informed we could go above our debt ceiling as long as we have a clear plan to address this within a clear timeframe. Therefore, again, I agree with the Mayor's proposal of the $100 million with an additional $60 million, or the alternative of going up to 140 and increase the rates by an additional % for $20 million. I agree that we've had to cut back and will need to continue to cut back next year given our costs outweigh our revenue and inflation. But that in-depth discussion should be in the LTP where we can discuss all options along with the sale of the airport shares. I really don't think that a partial sale at this point in time is really going to be worth it. I'll end my kōrero with the whakatauki. He aha te mea o nui, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Think about our future generations here in Tamaki Makaurau. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. And last but certainly not least, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, Aucklanders deserve a budget that doesn't hurt too much, and that's for ratepayers, both residential and business, and for those residents who use the services we provide. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and one that we have not experienced at this magnitude almost since the global financial crisis. Inflation has had an enormous impact on council costs. We have contracts linked to inflation, and materials and costs have risen dramatically. The Reserve Bank's interest rate rises are increasing payments on our unhedged debt. We've heard extensively from staff about this. So we always knew there was going to be a challenge ahead of us after last year's budget, but external circumstances, including weather events, conspired to make it much worse than we ever expected. Your Worship, your budget pushes the limits in some areas, but in doing so brings back some of the cuts that Aucklanders have told us that they were so passionate about. I'm going to start with the first one, the rates lever. You've increased rates from your initial proposal to over 2% to 6.7%, which is pretty much at inflation. That, of course, is for the residential ratepayer on top of the increases that they have to pay for food, for public transport. Remember, those full fares are going back. So if you're on a 2-stage fare bus trip and you're 2 people in a family that go to work every day, 48 weeks a week, a year, 5 days a week, that's about $2,000. That will double to $4,000 just to pay for your public transport. You've got mortgages that have gone up. 38% of the cost of living or the CPI increase is based on that mortgage increase. You've got the increase of costs for water. So whatever we settle on for a rates rise is on top of all those other things, and it just exacerbates the cost. And from my opinion, I think we need to be mindful of the cost struggles for working Aucklanders on fixed income. But I also think we need to be mindful of the poor business ratepayer as too, because your proposal puts that rates rise at 8.13%. And 92% of all businesses in Auckland have fewer than 10 employees. And we need to support these people who are struggling so much after the tough years of COVID. So I think you've actually settled on pretty much as good as it gets considering. And I don't want to go too high on that because I'm very conscious of the impact for both the residential and the business ratepayer. On debt, I think your debt is prudent, it's been extended, but it keeps that headroom we know we so desperately need for the likes of the CRL and the housing buyback scheme, and also it minimises the impact for ratepayers that would occur if that debt got too expensive. On your cuts, originally I thought they were awful, just saying, but you've put back those things which Aucklanders have so passionately told you that they are keen, and I really acknowledge you listening to Aucklanders around that and myself. CAB, arts and culture, local board funding, they're really important to Aucklanders, and you've put those back and you've left them there. On savings, you've locked in $83 million of permanent savings, and I congratulate you on that. But of course, how do you pay for all that? How do you pay for keeping rates affordable, or as affordable as possible? How do you pay for keeping the debt as low as it can be, knowing we need that extra headroom? How do you pay for returning some of those cuts that Aucklanders so desperately wanted? How do you pay for locking in the savings? Ultimately, we have an option, and that option is the airport shares, which simply put, financially, the cost of holding them exceeds the benefits. So finally, after over 80 hours and 29 workshops, we still have a range of views. So I feel for you desperately. We've talked this through so much. And it's going to be a hard task then to balance a budget that is fair for Aucklanders and meets the needs and desires of all those around the table. So it's over to you, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much for that, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for all your contributions. It's informed me and each other about where we sit. We have sat here for months considering this, and we still have a range of options, of opinions. I'm going to stop this workshop now, and I'm going to have a 40-minute break while I consider the inputs that I have heard and consider whether or not any changes are required to the budget which I've put up. And when I return, we will re-enter the main board meeting, council meeting, and I will present the latest budget. I think someone here said at times like these you need a Kit Kat. I don't eat chocolate. Someone else can have a sugar fix. And so I will present the latest iteration of a moving feast, but it will be informed by all the viewpoints which I've heard around the table, some of which are completely contradictory to others, but we do have to somehow or other, before we end this meeting, even whether it's today or tomorrow or next week, we still have to produce a balanced budget. We don't have the option of a government of just printing more money. We have to have a balanced budget. So thank you very much. We will reconvene at...
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry, look, I just wanted, process-wise, Your Worship, yes. What happens with the amendments that people have? So
the amendment process will
that be done in the open agenda when we come back?
When we come back to the meeting,
thank you.
I will present a budget. It will be offered, and we will have questions, then we will have discussions, and at that stage there people can present alternatives. Okay, so not during questions, but I will be strictly adhering to the rules. You have 40 minutes to write down and present whatever it is that you want to change and sign it, so it's not a rush, you've got plenty of time.
Got it.
So we're going to reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for a little bit of printing. I am now reopening the governing body meeting which we adjourned some time ago before we had our round robin, which I thank you for all contributing to. I have reflected on all the points raised by the councillors in our round robin table discussion before the break, which I have found to be most useful and helpful. Thank you. It is clear to me that we have some differences in views on how to deliver a balanced budget, but I also heard that there is a genuine desire on the part of a majority of councillors to reach a consensus on delivering a balanced budget that is a slightly different mix of the levers. In order to achieve a balanced, sustainable budget, I've compromised on every lever. Less sales, less cuts, slightly more rates, slightly more debt. So please take this proposal seriously. So I'm going to move a chair's recommendation that is on your screens. Now, and has been emailed to you, and a hard copy will be distributed as we speak. The gentleman to my left is handing it out. This recommendation is seconded by the Deputy Mayor. It is clear to me that we should not fill our operating budget hole with debt, especially with up to $3 billion of known problems over the horizon. To me, debt is the essence of financial mismanagement by loading future generations of Aucklanders with debt because we don't have the courage to make hard decisions about living within our means now. So I've moved my new proposal to do a partial sale of the airport shares. This is an option available to us because we did consult upon it and it has been audited and it was supported. I'm now proposing that we sell 8.09% of our 18.09% shareholding to realise around $1 billion and pay down debt. This will save a net $28 million of interest costs in the coming year and over $130 million over the remaining term of the current long-term plan. This means that we have to find another $32 million in operating savings or rates to balance the budget and fill the $365 million operating budget hole. I'm proposing we fill this gap with a general rates increase of 7.7% for the average residential property. This is 1% above inflation, with that 1% being for the stormwater damage, which was well supported. I'm also proposing that we reinstate $4 million of the cuts for local board spending and require that the Chief Executive find another $5 million of cuts to spending in the coming 23-24 budget year. This increases the savings for Auckland Council to $33 million. I know there are still some councillors who want more comfort that we won't squander the proceeds of the airport share sales. I want to assure you that we will not do that. We will pay down debt, which will immediately start saving us money. After that, I'm proposing that we establish a political working group that will oversee a program of work to determine what Council's ownership objectives will be for the remainder of the shares and what the long-term uses of the debt headroom should be for. This working group will make recommendations to the governing body about how to make best use of council assets to improve council's long-term financial position in the long-term plan, which will be challenging. And we shouldn't make this LTP any harder by using short-term debt. Unfortunately, this new proposal means there will be no new money or allocated money for accelerating local board equity funding or prioritising local projects that have been left languishing. It is a consequence of not selling all the shares, but can be revisited in the LTP. There is a slight change recognising the broad support for discontinuing Kauri Kids by allowing for local board support to enable their local continuation. I'd like to thank Councillors Julie and Richard for this suggestion. I believe this proposal is the best, prudent, achievable, balanced budget for Aucklanders. I'll now move to questions. As I've said already, I'm going to be strict with standing orders for this part of the meeting. Thank you, Sandra, for your support. Once the questions are finished, I will ask staff to move away from the table and then we'll start the debate, keeping to time. Any amendments received in writing and signed will be considered in the order that they're raised. If they need time to amend these after hearing this, that time will be granted. I'll adjourn the meeting when considering any amendments in order to get the appropriate advice from staff that I need to ensure that we get this right once I have received them. Now I'd like to move to questions. In terms of the difference of what you're seeing, it is basically just the bits that are highlighted, bits that I've discussed. I'm sure there'll be questions. Councillor Hills?
Apologies, Mayor. Are we able to ask questions of staff more generally, or is this just a view at this point? Because I think we were going to do that before we did the round table.
Yep. General questions and questions about this. Bearing in mind that we've heard, most of you have said quite a lot, but that didn't prevent you from saying it again if you so wish. Councillor Filley would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question of yourself, I guess, because we are not asking questions of staff. Just in terms of this, and I thank you for listening and changing your proposal, but I would like to ask if we could have some time to consider it, because we've only just popped up on our pages. And
I just missed your opening there. Someone spoke to me.
Sorry. I was just asking if we can have some time to consider it, and because you do require any amendments in writing, you obviously would need some time to write up.
Of course I am. And you can ask questions of myself and questions of staff during the current time.
I haven't had time really to look at it or review it, but I'll reserve my right to ask those questions.
Yes, thank you for that. No, it's an open discussion, no limits.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm not in any great rush. You've got time to chew it over, so don't feel under any pressure for time. You don't have to put your hand up for a question just yet. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to break for 10 minutes while you all have a chance to read it and consider. But it is in keeping with everything that we've consulted upon. And the main thing is moving to a partial sale, which has the consequence of needing a bit more of everything to get there. Thank you.
Sandra, just a question.
Councillor Filipana.
Your Worship, how different is this compared to your last proposal in regards to the reductions apart from the rates, apart from double figure for general rates, apart from the operating expenditure reductions, the rates, the debt? How
I'll explain it.
Apart is that?
If you move to the part sale, which is what we consulted upon, that's clear, and it leaves a shortfall which is required to be picked up in little bits of the other three. Okay? So it's basically the main change is the part sale and just the consequences thereof.
Yeah, so what I want is an explanation, something to tell me, here's the mayoral proposal, this is what the new proposal is, and here are the differences that we need to take into account. Because I'm not going to make a decision based on what I've just read when I don't know the differences without me going through the mayoral proposal. So I just need staff, and the staff that got and put this together, I need them to give us, whether it be one sheet to say, here's the mayoral proposal that we had presented to us, here is his new proposal, and here are the effects and changes and there's the difference to it. Because if we're not fully informed, how are we going to make a decision? So can your staff or finance staff or whoever you spoke to over the break, can they get a paper to us in regards to that, Your Worship? Thank you.
I think we can do that, and I think it's probably fair for amendments too. Every amendment has consequences as well. So you're quite right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
totally agree. And we didn't get a written one for you.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
In the next 10 minutes while you're reading, we'll be putting together what those mean, and it's quite simple. Thank you. Leave the tracked change so that you can see what was changed, which isn't a huge amount, but it does have a difference and it does reflect what I heard from you all. So you should have received an email and printed copy of the track changes. And those will... We found this a bit challenging, of course, having listened to you all and had to go away and adjust things, but that's what happens. Right, I'm going to dare to resume, and you're welcome to ask questions. I do have Councillor Newman and Turner down as questions. Are you still keen to ask a question, Councillor Newman? What about Councillor Turner and Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you.
Just check with Councillor Turner, is he keen?
Yeah, he can.
Do you want to ask a question? No, okay, right, we'll just... And right, we're resuming, and the first question goes to Councillor Daniel Newman, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question, and I assume Dr. Weiss and others in the community space here, if to a implementation of a cash reserves management plan to achieve compliance with a 6-month reserves policy by the end of 2023. My question there, some bureau have reserves, but these reserves have been misunderstood by officers to date. I have bureau in my ward that are carrying reserves, but they're not just sitting as lazy money in a term deposit. They are there for a specific purpose, usually about the step change to roll out CAB services to the community in a given time. But what we have here is the implementation of a plan. I assume this will be led by officers in conjunction with ACAB. I'm just wondering about the need for this, because I think that there isn't a settled agreement as to the need to change the funding plan for CAB. We have a contract with them, and I have been frustrated to date by attempts by officers to try and get bureaus to spend up reserves and to live on reserves and to exhaust them before they get the next tranche of OPEX funding that was agreed as per that contract. So could somebody explain why we have F2A? I think that B, C and D are fine, but A is difficult.
I'm just going to ask the correct appropriate officer to come to the front and answer. That's a very detailed, specific question, and I believe Claudia is on her way. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you very much for the question through you, Your Worship. So the cash reserves policy, that the amendment or the proposed amendment that I can see here, perhaps the history behind this is that our teams have been working with the CABs to try to define a better cash reserves policies. The intent of that is not to put pressure on the CABs, but rather to ensure that the funding that the CABs receive on behalf of Council is being used for the purposes that Council gives that funding for. And some of our research and analysis has shown that some of the CABs are still holding cash reserves from pre-amalgamation. And the recommendation is, and we are very happy to work with them, but the recommendation has been that we need to work perhaps more constructively on using those funds so that the funds that have been provided by Council and ratepayers can ultimately be used for the purposes that they were intended for.
I mean, that's a view, Your Worship. I frankly, yeah, we could have that discussion. I think that that is a view that is contested by the Bureau and a number of us. So, I mean, this is so close to, we'll talk about a judgment about this overall, but I wonder if this particular inclusion is essential, because I think that if there's a broader discussion about Bureau funding, that needs to be considered as part of a bigger conversation, and this particular matter will be interpreted as Bureau that have those reserves for a reason, which might be something that we disagree with, will be required to use those reserves first, which is not fair, because the alternate is those bureaus don't gather those reserves, they just don't extend those services to new communities that will require it, which is often why those reserves have been built up. I don't think that's something that Dr. Weiss can answer. That's my statement from me, but thank you.
Perhaps I can help in terms of the concept around implementation plan, however, because I think the intent could here be read in terms of helping create the cash reserves management plan. So therefore, the timing of the implementation may allow for some flex to minimise the risks, if that's what's aimed for here.
Your Worship, I wonder about the value of the work that's taking place in relation to this particular issue. I just think that this is not really, I mean, we're fighting on so many fronts around the region at the moment. I'm just not sure that this is an essential campaign to be waging in relation to the bureaus. Not all of them have reserves. Some have reserves, but they have reserves for specific reasons. And if we want to basically have them spending up those reserves first, they'll do it by not extending those services to new communities. Thank you.
Okay, it's a fairly detailed part of the thing. I don't know whether the budget's going to stand and fall on that clause.
Claudia.
Councillor
Claudia.
Fletcher.
Your Worship, the reason I asked Dr. Weiss to stay is because I have my name up for questions, but it's on that particular subject. Hence, I asked her to stand by, but you're the chair, so I'll wait.
Oh, well, you can go next, actually. I'm
mine.
sure Councillor Fletcher won't mind you going ahead. So off you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Claudia. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Claudia, what was decided because, well, first question, was there a working party put together with an equal membership of councillors and local board members and staff around the CABs?
Kia ora, and thank you for the question. And through you, Your Worship, I'm not familiar with a working party from my angle. My apologies. If that may have occurred in the past, but I'm not familiar with that during my time.
Okay, if I said to you that there was a working party of equal members of the local boards and councillors, and we worked through a lot of the issues that Councillor Newman had said, would you be surprised with that?
Well, I would probably welcome the fact that it had occurred.
Can I then suggest, Dr. Weiss, that some discussion happen with your staff around the working party, because that particular working party was achieving things, I believe, quite well, but then staff had to be released, for want of a better term. But there were some notes, and I do have some of the notes from that. Look, I just put that there as whakaaro to you, Dr. Weiss. Your Worship, I am on the same lines as Councillor Newman in regards to having a look at putting something in place similar to what had already been in place, but has since gone, around this particular discussion, in particular with CABs, but staff who have a working relationship with CAB. So I don't know whether that could be put anywhere, that a working group be formed, and that will be through Councillor Hill's committee. because it was there at the Environmental and Community Committee, I believe, but more recently the Parks, Arts, Community and Events Committee, where we were working with the CABs and our staff. So just a suggestion and just to support Councillor Newman. Kia ora.
Is there a way out of this?
Just strike it out.
Ma'am, if with your indulgence, perhaps it would satisfy the governing body if we were to change the wording simply to say to work cooperatively with the CABs to undertake a review of the cash reserves management plan.
Councillor Newman, you've kicked this ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, I'm sure you want to kick me after this, but can I suggest that that the best way forward, I think that this should just be struck out, and that what should happen is that we reconvene a political working party comprising members of the governing body and the local boards for the purpose of consideration of all matters to do with CAB funding.
Your Worship, can I just humbly suggest that if anything around the workshop, Councillor Newman, that it goes through Councillor Hills's committee, because that's where it was set up and it was working really well. But that'll be something, Your Worship, to be taken through to Councillor Hills with his input.
I'm going to propose we just dump A, strike it out, and we'll have a note that Councillor Hills will put this on the agenda of his committee next time as an issue that has yet to be considered and solved. Is it a general consensus around the room that you're all happy with that? Okay, we're going to strike A, and Councillor Hills, you'll make a note that this is to go on your agenda as a problem yet to be dealt with. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for your input there, Councillor Filipina and Newman. Councillor Fletcher.
It's great to see the cooperation on that, because the contractual situation that we've had with CAB has been a really positive one, and it's good to see CAB here present in the room. But it's about unintended consequences that I want to pose a question, and it comes under the operating spending reductions. And my question is to the CEO of the unallocated savings to you, Jim, and thank you for all the support through this budget. Can you comment on how you see that playing out?
Thanks, Councillor. Look, the only comment I can make really is to say that on behalf of the executive, I'm prepared to take on an additional $5 million expense reduction challenge in order to be able to find a way for this budget to balance. I don't have a plan for the realisation of that yet, but it's not unlike would be undertaken in any kind of corporate or business organisation where there's some residual amount of expenditure reduction for which we don't yet have a solution, and we'll have to work at that during the year to find opportunities to realise those savings. So I don't have a solution for it, but I'm certainly committed to delivering it.
Thank you for that positive way in which you've responded to that, and I guess that implies that it will be on a sort of no surprise basis to the councillors. The other thing, Jim, is just looking under E1 and the proposal that we have a working group, where would you foresee advice coming through on how council could or should exercise its power as a minority shareholder with regards the airport? The remaining shareholding, should this be adopted today, this budget?
Well, Councillor, that would just be a matter for the political working group to determine, and we as officers would provide input for consideration by the working group, both from a treasury and a financial management point of view. The decisions made by the working group would effectively become settings that we would implement on your behalf.
in the event that the budget is passed, you wouldn't be looking to any external consultants or others to assist in that process. It would just be from work from internally and with the elected members of the working group?
Look, I can't answer that question now, Councillor. I think if it was necessary and helpful for us or for the working group to seek external advice, then we should absolutely do that.
Thank you very much for that question. And Councillor Sayers is next, please.
Thank you, Worship. I just had a question around the inclusion back of the $4 million on the local board, area there, the reductions in the local board funding, which is obviously a long way from the 16 million which was there in the original proposal, which you took out, acknowledging that. So the question is just, because we haven't had a chance to talk back to our local boards and get their feedback on this, obviously, but in terms of questions around that kind of that legacy funding model of how some of the local boards get a bit more hit more hardly with taking a reduction like that compared to others because of the legacy hangover from the way that things were funded for local boards through their ABS funding. So are you in a position to comment about how quickly, because this is an annual budget, a one-year budget, how quickly you plan to would like to have that addressed in terms of gaining greater equity, so such reductions are spread more evenly, or the funding is more equitable?
I think the LTP, which is not that far away, will be where we grapple with this long overdue problem of the, in my view, an incorrect allocation model. In terms of the 4 million, that's well within what most of the local boards actually came up with. Most of them came up with some savings. Very few of them came up with anything near $16 million. But most of them did come up with some, and I thank them for that. And so you can't just not sell the other half and have no consequences. Everything has a consequence. And so I think that's what was behind that. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. I have a similar question along the lines of Councillor Sayers and then another question to do with the airport shares as well. I'm mindful that for my local boards, in particular Mayoral or Tahu local board, they were originally asked to cut 1.2 million. So that would be reduced down by 75% to 300,000, which is much better than 1.2 million, but it's still a lot for a community like mine, like Mayoral or Tahu, and it would still mean cuts to really important community groups that provided services during the flood response, for example. I just wonder if you had considered that. I know that around the table people said that they knew that local boards wanted to contribute, but also people said that these were services that were really, really important to us and core to council. I wonder if you wanted to comment on that, and then I've got a question to our finance team about the shares. Kia ora.
Well, it's a very consequence of not selling all the shares. If you can't have your cake and eat it, I suppose. We are well aware of that, and I have been listening carefully and trying to minimise the pressure that I put on local boards and on other community groups. But we do have to balance it some way or another, and so that's what's behind that. But I'm well aware of that, and the Otahu Business District, with which I'm on the committee, has benefited from some of the local board funding out there, and they will be aware of all these a little bit of a haircut here and there is a lot better than having your head chopped off. So I think that's probably where I can put that one. And would you go with your second question, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I go to my second question, I'm just foreshadowing that I have put an amendment up, and I will speak to that more in the debate. Just a question then on the airport shares. Previously and throughout the documents before today, staff advised against a partial sale. So I wonder if staff might want to give their position, or has their position changed around a partial sale, and if it has, how? Kia ora.
I think that what they didn't advise so much against it, they advised that this was less beneficial than a full one, but they didn't actually veer against it. So You can. The Chief Financial Officer's leapt into the fray, but I don't think he advised against it. My understanding, unless I was deaf, was that he thought it did less.
That's correct. We've produced the financial consequences of each of the options there, and from the financial investment perspective, the partial sale doesn't provide as many financial benefits as the full sale. But it's not a position for us to have an opinion on whether you should or not. We're providing the consequences of that.
To your question? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Furley. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through our conversations of this, we've talked about if we were to sell the shares, we would lock the debt cap down to the new level. So we're going down here by half of that 1 billion, which says here it should lower our debt to income ratio to around 130 million. I did ask this in the break, but it doesn't have any lock there that keeps our new debts levels locked in. I was shown F3, the approach to the 10-year budget will involve enhanced political participation, oversight, etc. But it's far from a lock. And so I'd like to wonder about that, so that we're sort of protecting that asset as a crossover.
I think what we've always said is that we do that as an absolute essential part of the long-term plan, which is the next round of squabbles we'll enter in another month's time.
So I'm to understand that our debt-to-income ratio will stay at that 230 or thereabouts by the time we get to that decision, is that?
Well, that's the intention.
Thank you.
Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I indicated earlier, when you first started this, Your Worship, the question I have is that have you or your staff spoken with councillors and asked that there could be incentives for them in their ward if they supported the sale of the airport shares?
There are no offers along those lines, and we have discussed all sorts of things with various people, but there are no offers particularly aimed at anything in anyone's award.
Okay, thank you. I will remember that answer. With the finance staff that are here, can I, Peter, it may be obviously to you, and I made some notes, and please excuse me. Peter, can you tell me that the annual plan 22-23 identified a $90 million hole? Or sorry, when I say hole, that $90 million were identified to be carried through to this current annual plan?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. You are correct in substance there, Councillor. In fact, within the 23-24 supporting information for the consultation document, we talk about that budget which was adopted in June 22 because it sets the framework for this one and the updates that have been going through. We talk about the impacts of COVID-19 that were larger and more persistent than projected, compounded by rising inflation, interest rate and supply chains. We talked about 90 to 150 million of a risk within there, and the Council mitigated the impact for 22-23 through the use of 127 million of better off funding and delays to some capital investment and some additional borrowing. There is more within that and within the annual budget, but that was the position from which we started, that operating gap of 90 to 150 for which we had remedies for the 90, and it clearly expressed the risks that attach to further inflation and interest rates increases.
Can you also confirm that as a result of information that you gave us or your team gave us, that particular 90 million then rose to 295 million based on things outside of our control, for example, labour cost inflation, contractual statutory inflation impacts, around the transport asset depreciation and many other levers to get us to 295 million?
Yes, indeed, I can. That is page 3 of the supporting information for the budget that we consulted on. You've listed the waterfall diagram that goes from 90 to 205, which was the update at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at page 9 of the material that was received by us. But also on page 15, there was from 295, we ended up going through to 325 again. Issues that were outside of our control. For example, insurance and utilities, depreciation update, interest and inflation. Can I confirm that? And then we also had 50 million at the time, but $40 million worth of, how can I put it, storm-related costs.
Yes, indeed, Councillor. Those were the updates we provided to governing body, and they're attached to item 9 as Appendix C, or updated budget projections.
Can you also say that, or even confirm that one of the largest debt that we've ever had is the emergency budget that was close to 900 million?
Yes, I guess that wasn't a debt, but that was a significant challenge, 900 million. And what that was a loss of revenue over about a 4-year period. So COVID hit and a lot of our revenue streams, virtually stopped overnight, including revenue from ports. The airport dividends stopped, public transport revenue ground to a halt. Those things are slowly recovering and coming back on stream now. But yes, that was a significant impact, 900 million of lost revenue.
And Ross, there's about 2-3 more questions I got. Can you say that emergency budget that we went through, that one there as well, wasn't as a result of anything that our staff had an input in creating?
So the primary driver of that was the impact of COVID-19 on our revenue. So obviously that was not something Council had control over the circumstances.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to move now to the airport shares. Can you please tell me, Peter, or anybody else here that's either online or in here at the Town Hall, can you tell me how much interest, depending if this new mayoral proposal goes through, how much interest in the airport should we have to ensure that there is no foreign takeover, as what happened with Manukau City Council, who had to purchase extra shares, so then Emirates and the Canadian Pension Fund could not take over the airport? Can you tell me currently how many, or how the percentage of shares that we should hold on to, so then at least we will have some input and some say if there is a takeover?
I believe we have provided that advice before. To achieve a effective stake to stop takeovers is well above the current shareholding that we have. What we currently have is not adequate to prevent a scheme of arrangement, for instance. We've set this out in terms of control and influence within that attachment that covers the airport shares. So you would need over 25% to block special resolutions or schemes of arrangement.
Okay, so if I had any information from people within the market and said that 11% that we should hold on to, are you saying that's incorrect? I mean, I can always double check, but if that's your advice, I'm saying right, I can end up getting contrary, but that's your advice at the moment?
That is my advice at the moment. Okay. That's also the advice of our appointed expert, and that has been provided to you and is also in the papers today, page 144.
That's why I asked, because I needed to get clarification, Peter. As you know, I will ask questions of clarification if I don't have what I believe is the true and correct answer. Your Worship, I still have some other questions as well, but what I'll do is I'll give others an opportunity if that's okay, Your Worship.
I'll come back to you if you like. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Just going to your F, Mayor, the new F. I note that it's agreed to consider the following. So everything that follows is to consider. It's not an absolute. It's a starter, I gather. That's probably a question for you. So look, I'm just mindful of no, I'm just going to get the right papers here. Sorry.
The meaning of that is that those will be absolutely things we consider in the 10-year budget, which is coming up shortly. And I'm quite happy to say that we
okay, that's agreed to consider the following approach. So for consultation, I'm just not aware of us workshopping, say, the group financial responsibility and transparency rules. We didn't consider that in any workshop socialisation from my memory.
Well, that's in there as a response to a number of councillors who are worried about the fact that we'll just go and borrow it all back again. And so it's one thing that I think that this organisation desperately needs, actually, is some financial responsibility and transparency rules, just like your government have.
Yeah, look, I
think there's some support for that.
Look, I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I'm just sort of trying to understand, what that means, and I don't want it to exclude other things that we might consider. So
no, not at all.
Yeah, okay. So when we go to the Roman 3 under F, enhanced political participation, we're talking about the participation of all elected members there, including local board members, I gather.
The answer to that's yes, actually, and in fact I have been quite vocal in wanting to have more input and responsibility from local boards.
Okay, and then just following on that 3, it talks about and providing for independent and contestable facilitation and advice. What are we expecting there? We have had a discussion about this question of so-called independent advice, and I sort of wonder how you choose independent advice. I could choose my independent advisors, and they'll give me the opinion that I want, and somebody else will choose their independent advisors, and it'll give their preferred opinion. So I'm just a little bit nervous about, I can understand contestable. Wouldn't mind some guidance from the Chief Executive here, actually, as to what does independent really mean? I mean, are we going to go outside of the advice we receive from this council? How would we go about choosing independent advice, Mr. Stevick?
It's a good question, Councillor, and at the risk of being lost in a philosophical debate about something that's beyond the core question of this budget, it is worth considering because, it'll be important from time to time for us to be able to seek external input into decision making. Equally, it'll be important from time to time for councillors to be able to seek some point of validation of the decisions that we make or the recommendations that we make. And I think we'd need to assess that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And Mayor, thank you for including the C, so F, Roman 4, capital C, in response to something that I mentioned to you about the need to focus on the revenue opportunities that we're not tapping into at the moment. That takes me now to back to the finance group. And the airport shareholding. Peter, you've heard me earlier on say, in response to the Mayor's invitation to signal, where we were each at, and I signalled that I was conditionally supportive of the possible disposal of a tranche of, say, $500 million of airport holdings. The Mayor's proposing a billion, which is double where I'm at currently. Can you just, I'm a little bit concerned about that buffer zone with the 10%. So there's a dividend coming up. We take the dividend, others take the dividend reinvestment plan, our shareholding drops, and I'm just nervous about that. The capital raising that, or the possible capital raising that the airport has signalled today in its announcement on the PSE4, I think it is signalled for the back end of the PSE4 period, which is 26-27. It's not anytime soon. Could you just explain how your team might approach the need to maintain the 10%? That's the first question in that area.
Just before Peter answers, Councillor, if I could offer a perspective on that, I think that they are legitimate questions and we'd want to put those to the political working group as soon as possible after the decision is made, should it be made.
Okay, so is there no answer to that now possible, though?
I think it's correct to observe that in order to maintain a shareholding of 10%, then certain decisions would need to be made in relation to dividend reinvestment plans or our participation in equity raising exercises by the airport. But we would need the approval of the appropriate committee in order to change the settings such that we could participate in that way. So that would be a decision we would need to make subsequent to the decision to adopt the budget.
Okay, I'll leave that one there. Just one final one. At this stage, Peter or Jim, as I just said, the 500 million was my position, and I'm nervous about going to that 1 billion mark. If there was an increase in the debt from the Mayor's 100 to say 110 or 115 or 120, what would be the corresponding number in terms of the sell down? Would that be, would 120 be an $800 million sell down as opposed to a billion? Would that be the accurate calculation?
I think the best I can do is give you the pointers to how to make that calculation work. So if the debt was to be increased, then we'd want to offset that with interest savings on the debt. So if you were to increase debt by 10, then we'd want to reduce interest costs by 10. If interest rates were 5%, then that's a factor of 20. So 20 times your 10 or 200 million would be the other side of that equation. Yeah.
Okay, so at 110 it would be maybe a disposal of $800 million in value, and at 115 it would probably be, I think, or 120 would be 600 million disposal in that area. I think I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we can nickel and dime around for a bit, but we've got to get where we even sell any yet. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I have a very specific question in relation to the new table that's been emailed around to us. I'm sorry, I'm just bringing it up. On the AT cuts. And I asked this question in the workshop, and so I'm just trying to confirm that I have understood this correctly and this is still the case. So this is page 4. CCO mitigations and cost reductions, Auckland Transport AT savings. So the original proposal was 25 million. The proposal before us now is 15 million. And there's a note there about retaining the number of PT services in the current reduced schedule. And my understanding from the discussion was that that's in the original but not in the new So there's no longer the intention having 15 instead of a 25 cut means that we don't have to stick to the current reduced schedule. We can potentially start to go back to the previous schedule before we did the reductions. That was the discussion in the workshop. I just wanted to check that that's correct because I find that wording confusing. If someone wants to come back on that, that's fine, acknowledging that's...
I think the change there was partly the fact that they AT themselves found $10 million.
No, I understand that.
And so
I'm just wanting to check. So the wording there, when it says original, retaining the number of PT services in the current, in brackets, reduced schedule, that pertains to the 25 million, but not to the 15 million. Yeah, okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to see that.
Thank you for that, Ken.
Sorry, Councillor Darby, can I just correct my answer to your question in relation to the 10% shareholding position? The policy as set out in the proposed long-term plan amendment, which was audited, explicitly does provide for the purchase of additional shares if needed to maintain the minimum 10% shareholding. So that's part of what was audited and is proposed in the long-term plan amendment.
Thank you for that, Jim. Councillor Dalton, please.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Filipaina, do you want to continue your stream of questions?
Thank you, Your Worship. Peter, can you explain, is the only reason, and this may be to you, Your Worship, as well, but the only reason that the proposed sell-off with the current shares is because the consultation document said up to 10%. That's the only reason why it's 8.9? Or is that a question I should ask His Worship the Mayor?
It's up to 10. I wanted to leave 10. The 10 is very important. Okay?
Yeah, no, that's right. So then 10%, does that allow Auckland Council anything when it comes to the airport? And I'm not talking about, we got the regulatory and consenting area that we can have an input. That 10%, is that as a result of the consultation document?
The 10% is a result of the options that Council decided to place within the consultation document, and the consultation document sets out the three options. The proposal for sell down, alternative option 1, status quo, option 2, immediate partial sell down, maintain a minimum 10%. This would enable the council to divest around 8% of the shareholding, with the sale proceeds used to repay debt.
Sorry to interrupt, Peter. Yep, thank you. Can I confirm also that when we had the feedback from our community and people who mentioned around this table, there was quite a few, the most in any that we've had, but 59% of people either didn't want to sell any or have a partial sale. Can I confirm it was 59% total?
I'm afraid I don't have that detail in front of me, but I'm sure the councillor has added those two factors together, much like there was a majority of those who would look to sell some or all. There were,
Thank you, Peter. I've just been corrected. It was 62. Okay, I just got corrected. Peter, can you also, in regards to the partial sale that we have in front of us, what are the options for us, depending on where this new Mayoral proposal settles around this table? What options do we have in regards to suggesting people or organisations, and Councillor Kieran and Leonie actually mentioned it at a workshop, but for us, what input do we have in regards to who we would prefer to purchase them?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship, I believe we should keep any execution strategy pretty close and commercial at this stage, and there is an item in confidential following on from this if Council decides and resolves to sell some or part of the shares.
My last question, Your Worship, and everybody, I know you're yawning, so I make no apologies. But my last question is that in the documents that you presented to us, that we can borrow up to 140 million?
Yes, that was what was provided for in the consultation document. It provided some flexibility in terms of rates and some flexibility of borrowing up to 140 million as part of closing the budget gap.
And just supplementary to that, would you know the interest on that 140 million? Do you know how much the interest would be on that 140 million?
Yeah, we've done a wee bit of a calculation and somewhere between 6 and 7 million. However, the key factor with the short-term use of debt is the fully funding depreciation track and the need to maintain that track, particularly in the next 4 years through to 2028. So to the extent to which we use short-term debt in the interim, and that's prudent, as we've talked to, because it is okay this year, we still have to maintain that track forward. So the use of debt is a temporary lever.
But it's 140. Thank you.
Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora. The first question is just in relation to the local board funding. Can we please get an idea of how that, for the 4 million, is that going to be equitable cuts right across all of the local boards, taking into account population? For example, some have a lot lower than others.
So the proposals all the way through have been to use the current local board funding policy, which is a policy in the LTP. That's the agreed policy that we've got for how discretionary funds are applied across local boards. So we would use that existing funding policy to apply that 4 million.
And just a second question, can we just get an idea of how much, given the difference with the original amount we were looking at, the full amount of shares, and now we're looking at going down, so what will the cost be for selling partial for the amount that you've got there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We gave some indication of the sale percentages with the full amount and the cap that might be attached to anything over a set baseline level. It is difficult to make a call as to whether they would still be the same percentages that would apply to a partial sale. However, I would consider them to be directionally correct.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. Just on the, and that might be for you, Mayor, on the, similar to Councillor Darby's question, if we support the approaches going towards the long-term plan, there will be some clear information and papers for us to actually make a decision around debt to revenue. This is not locking us in, it's just letting us look at it. Is that correct?
Locking us into actually considering it, but it's not locking us into what we decide when we do consider it.
So I just want to make sure, because the information we had right at the beginning of this meeting said we could be up for about $3 billion worth of debt because of Storm, CRL, etc. We would consider that as part of, I would hate for us to drop and then need to go back up because we need to borrow.
Well, I think, this is all responding to something that occurred before I arrived, and we've been rushing to get through this. But one of the things that concerns me is that we have a grab bag policy for debt, and we need to have it properly thought through. Where is it going? What does it properly mean? How are we going to work our way down to it? And we can't make these decisions in the absence of looking at what we know is coming over the horizon. So we need to have a considerable time of the LTP needs to be devoted to an understanding and a clear policy that people really get. It's not just something we should grab at the last minute every year. It's not a good way to do it. We can't ignore things which are not in this year but are coming. We have to think about that. And so I'm absolutely determined that this becomes part of our discussion. We can't just let ourselves slowly grind in.
I'm just making sure that we will have fulsome information before we make that sort of decision.
Absolutely. That's the whole point of it.
Thank you. On the targeted rates, the 2 targeted rates, I've had it confirmed to me by both departments that due to the additional budget already collected, those programs continue. But can I have a categorical, I guess, promise from you that in your proposal in discussion with us on LTP that you're looking to increase the rates back to normal to restore that long-term funding?
It's unavoidable.
Okay, so as long as, so you'll be putting that forward, right. On the airport, we've had independent advice, council advice, and also the advice from from the person that Councillor Fletcher has had speak to us a few days ago, John Crawford. So I've had a lot of feedback that we could have decision-making power over the airport without 18%. We could put a director on, we could stop future runways, we could affect the climate change policies of the airport. Could I please have and all those people told us no, that is not something we can do. Can I please have it categorically? No, I don't think people are listening to me. I'm saying that people have said we could, but the advice from those 3 different areas have told us that is impossible. Can I please have it on the record here for the people who have been advocating to me that we would never, with 18%, 10% or no percent, we would never have ability to stop a runway, advocate or get a director on the board?
Yes, that's correct. We believe and have consulted and got advice on this, that the current shareholding of the shares in Auckland Airport, the council has no real ability to control or influence the strategic direction of the company.
So we are simply a financial shareholder. We could not stop a future runway, etc., because we have 18%. I just want to...
The assessment that we provided was that there is no real influence we can have on the company.
Correct. So we would need to do that through our regulatory arm and advocating as a council because it's an asset in our city. Yes. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing Councillor Ferry and I to have another go on Cody Kids. There's a lot of nervous parents and teachers out there on this subject because we don't really understand the process going forward. So I just want to check the process. If this passes with allowing local voice, it would mean the local boards would, because in my case, on the North Shore ward, the centres are based in local board delegated buildings. So I guess my case is that you're allowing this resolution would allow the local boards to work with the council staff and the teachers and the families of Cody Kids to make sure there was a way they move forward if the local board choose to allow them to go forward. Is that what this resolution means? Just for the people who are wanting to know.
Exactly.
Thank you. And last of all, and you'll probably give me a pretty short answer on this, the reason why, my preference would be to probably add 0.4% or 2% to cover that local board funding, but is the suggestions I've had around the room that would tip us over 8% on rates to keep that in there, and that's why you've kept it balanced?
We're doing our best to meet the promises we made to the ratepayers to keep it as much in control as we can and stop wasting money and all those things. And so somewhere you have to draw a line, and this is where we wanted to do the line. Hopefully with an LTP that works as well as what people are hoping, we might be able to restore some of that later on. But we are where we are. As both 2 councillors have said, we're starting from a place which we didn't want to be in, but we are there.
I have one last question on an amendment, but should I wait till that amendment is proposed to ask that question? Is that easier if it's proposed?
hold your question about amendments until amendments emerge. I think otherwise we're speculating on the unspeculatable at the moment, or the unknown. But Councillor Williamson, would you like to ask a question, please? And
Actually, just a quick supplementary to what Councillor Hills was asking. Even if we could get a director on there, the director has to act in the best interest of the company, not in the best interest of the shareholder under the Companies Act. And so that person may not be subjected to direction from us in terms of their behaviour as a director of the company. So it would make no difference anyway.
You have to have a controlling interest in ownership.
Correct.
To do that, and any director that behaved in that manner would be ultra vires and wandering into extreme legal difficulties within themselves, no matter how much they wanted to do that. It's wishful thinking. Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions on the airport shares, and it may be covered somewhere, but there's a whole swag of papers coming forward, so I'll just cut to it, and excuse me if I'm repeating stuff you've already said, but it really goes to the impact of the new proposal, roughly 44% of the shares, I think, $1 billion, give or take. What does that do to the net funding impact out in like the outer years, particularly like say out year 31, as far as that difference between interest cost savings and estimated dividends foregone? Do we have that, or has it been covered somewhere? But you maybe can just refresh my memory.
We're just tracking that down now. It is in some of the background material in the appendices. Okay. So with regard to the immediate partial sale and maintaining a minimum 10%, the option's projected to contribute 28 million towards addressing 23-24 operating funding challenge, and a net funding benefit of 131 over the remainder of the long-term plan period. With regard to FY31 explicitly, the assumptions that we have in there have an interest cost saving of 47 million, estimated dividends foregone of 35 for a net OPEX funding impact in that year of 12. That's with the reduction by around 1 billion. I do like the words around 1 billion. If we haven't already got around 1 billion, that should probably be what we put within the resolution and under debt number 8. Otherwise, it's rather too specific.
Okay, thanks for that one. That's important because that's quite different from our last presentation from Flagstaff, of course. We should be aware of that. And the other one just goes to the annual debt requirement that's forecast. So and this may be out of date even though it's March 2023, but the Auckland Council investor update for these forthcoming years as far as our refinance debt and our new debt, but particularly our new debt, over the next couple of years then, that sees that increasing by again roughly $1 billion. Am I correct in saying that? So our new debt over the next couple of years goes up by $1 billion, and then we have refinance debt, I guess, at a higher interest rate too. This is the March 2023 was the only one I could find.
Yes, that is the last one that we gave to investors based on our December year end. Our refinancing debt fluctuates between 1 and 1.5 billion or thereabouts, with new debt being on top, and looking at the graph somewhere around 500 million or thereabouts. You'll notice that new debt decreases, as does the refinancing, quite significantly past 2028, and that's just another opportunity for me to point out how important it is to fully fund depreciation, because at that point our funding sources come more from our operating surplus than the need to take on new debt.
Yeah, it is a little hard to tell by those blocks, but I think it's probably more closer to 800 million than 500. I think just going by that.
Well, and we can provide that in table form to make it easier to read.
Yeah,
this is a presentation to investors.
Okay, so in terms of just the real figures here, about $1 billion from the airport shares, and then we have our new debt. Well, that's forecast 800 refinance debt. What sort of, just out of interest, out of that 1.5 billion, I think you mentioned, what's the kind of the increase in cost as a result of the interest rates on that then. Do we have that?
I would probably take you back to some of the waterfall diagrams we've produced, with the one being most valid being what we included in the supporting information for the CD. So of that, and we had a $205 million increase. Transport assets depreciation 39, higher interest costs 50. Those are some of the key elements that come through. So the interest costs, inflation impact on your build costs, they impact on depreciation, so they hit in a number of areas. But I haven't split down the capital investment aspects into that. But we are seeing quite a lot of construction cost inflation.
Okay, thanks. Just a slight change of tack here, Mr. Mayor. And last question from me. It goes to this latest email out, the spending cuts. I see that we have the addition of stop funding for the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. Seems to have suddenly made an appearance on the scene out of nowhere. Just what, I'm just curious to know how that one youth centre gets lined up for the firing squad and not other youth centres, and secondly, what, if any, contractual arrangements are there in place? I assume that there is a funding agreement of sort, but it's just curious to see that that particular youth centre, which costs less than any of the other ones, just appear there for its funding to be stopped. Can someone enlighten me?
It was the only one that was consulted on. That's how it got there, I'm told.
We on cutting the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre.
Apparently we did.
I recall seeing that in the consultation material.
Well, read the small print.
What page?
Who's that? Who's the thing I had?
Kia ora, and thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not aware of the specific details regarding the proposal in this situation, but what I can tell you regarding our youth centres overall, there had been a paper that was submitted in PACE committee, I believe, during the last term that looked at youth centres overall. And the Hibiscus and Bays Youth Centre being funded as part of a LTP as a separate line item is highly unusual. So the overall funding of youth centres is typically done as part of a group and as part of a grants program. And to pull out one youth centre item such as this is very unusual, and perhaps that is why it has been put forward here.
We've only had about a decade to get it in there, but that aside, I just would appreciate a bit more detail on why that one appears now. And I am aware of the arrangement that came courtesy of the support of colleagues in the last mayor, which was much appreciated, but I just want to really drill down, and you can maybe tell me offline, Claudia, as to whether that goes to the year that's left on their contract, or if this is looking beyond that. That's what I'm unclear of at the moment. I don't have to know that immediately, but I definitely appreciate knowing that.
Happy to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. That might be a bit detailed, but just in regards to the local board funding and now the $4 million cuts, for the Hauraki Gulf Islands boards, their funding is negotiated a little bit differently because of their size, but when there is a cut, I don't think the same model applies. So they're disproportionately affected with any cut. And I just want to check that, I don't know whether it's we exclude Hauraki Gulf Islands from this particular cut, or if we ensure that it's an equitable cut in relation to the size of their population. because it gets very, very difficult for them when the funding cut is using the same model that we use for all boards. Is that something that you could just ensure, please?
So I've just got an answer on that. As per the policy, it's 1% and 2% of the total budget. So we take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker, please.
I've got a few questions. The first question I've got just deals with the Hibiscus Coast Leisure Centre. Youth Centre, sorry, Youth Centre. A bit confused. And it goes like this. Claudia, can you confirm that in respect of the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, which is a building that is not owned by council, that youth centre pays for all of its operational costs, including building maintenance, staffing and the like, as compared to other leisure centres where in some instances the staff costs, the building costs, all the costs are met by council. So this question just goes to equitable treatment of youth centres. So can you confirm that?
So thank you for the question, and through you, Mr Mayor. So perhaps I'll start off the question in terms of the overall policy recommendation around youth centres. So the way that youth centres are normally funded is that there is an assessment of the youth centre requirement and any potential gaps in that specific area. And then based on those gaps and based on the assessed need of those communities, that's where youth centres are then funded. The assessment done by our policy team, I believe it was last year or the year before, highlighted that there were no specific market gaps in that area, and therefore there was no recommendation to put forward any individualised funding. However, we understand that this is important, and but so in this instance here, the youth centre is on a community peppercorn lease, and therefore there is a degree of subsidy that Auckland Council provides. They own the building and they have a ground lease, I understand, and then we fund them the additional operating costs as per what is being put forward in the LTP.
So just coming back to my question, putting aside the gap, because that was contested, but just looking at the issue around the expense burden that leisure centre has compared to the others, I'm just looking at confirmation that it's an anomaly effectively as far as the funding of other youth centres, other youth centres is concerned. It is completely different. I mean, that can just be a yes/no answer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reason why it is different is based on policy advice that it is not justified to be funded as part of the normal youth centre policy approach.
Okay, so I understand that. Is it equitable for that youth centre to experience what amounts to a significant cut as compared to other youth centres? And is it also the case that there has been an effort applied now across successive annual plans and years to actually have a youth centre strategy and to address this anomaly? Is that the case? And that has not happened to date?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr Mayor, the recommendation regarding a policy would probably best sit within the LTP timeframes. During the LTP, we'll have the opportunity to really look at what the community needs are and to understand how we can prioritise within our funding frameworks where these funding should be directed to. So that would be probably the time to look at any potential changes to that policy.
And is it the case that we do not have any strategy for youth centres? That's my understanding.
Thank you for the question. I'm not aware of any specific strategy. However, I would perhaps caution us regarding our strategies overall. Auckland Council has a large number of strategies, and so our recommendation would be that we are mindful about the intent of what we're trying to achieve here, and we consider that as part of the LTP.
Okay, the other question I've got, just my notes.
Perhaps through the chair, there is one additional piece of advice I can give. I believe most youth centres are actually funded locally. This is the exception by which there might be regional funding that goes outside of the grants.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. The other question I've got just goes to a comment that was made earlier as it goes to Auckland Airport. And that comment was that they may require new equity. I think that's in the documentation. And I think the question I've got goes like this. Given that the more recent raise in equity was due to COVID and quite a substantially different circumstance than would normally exist, would it be the case, and again it might be an investment advisor that would give us this advice, that the last thing that Auckland Airport would be interested in doing would be going to the market for additional equity by way of capital raising? There's a certain value judgment in that, but that's my understanding. And it certainly concurs with some independent advice that a number of councillors received.
As I indicated this morning, through you, Your Worship, I have nothing other than what is publicly available, and that was their own comment that I read out from the NZX release, and I'll leave it there rather than make a guess at what they might do.
The other question I've got goes to expenditure savings that we might find in addition in the 23 to 24 year, and it goes like this.
Excuse me, I'll just have to stop because we have to go for an extension of time. And then you can get your, finish your little question if that's all right, but I'm going to move that we go for an extension till 5 o'clock and then reassess things whether we're making sufficient progress to achieve the result today, or we might at that stage determine to either extend another hour or perhaps decide that we're not going to make it, in which case we will reconvene. But at the moment I'm moving and someone's seconding. Seconded that we extend for an hour and review it. Now back to you. All those in favour please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Carry on with your question. Sorry about interrupting you. But
the other question that I just wanted to ask that goes to expenditure savings that could be savings that do not impact on services. And essentially it's along the lines of Ken Turner's suggestion that there is scope for productivity improvements across the organisation. So my question is it conceivable that we could and should find such savings in this next financial year, even though they don't show in the budget?
Councillor, if I could respond to that question. A proportion of the savings that we've committed to for next year are in fact savings that we anticipate being able to find within our discretion that have minimal or no impact on services. We've started to make some changes from a structural point of view in anticipation of delivering on that outcome, and we still have some stretch in our savings objective for next year to be able to achieve that. That is savings that have minimal or no impact on services. In addition, I've just agreed, subject to the agreement to this budget as currently proposed, to take on an additional $5 million of cost savings, for which I don't yet have a solution, but which we would put into the same category. That is, we would look to deliver productivity improvements and savings that have minimal or no impact on services, or to the extent that they do, we would bring those decisions back for the governing body to consider. So there is a considerable amount of cost-saving commitment already built into the budget.
And would it be possible for those productivity improvements to include the council group? So we're talking about Auckland Transport, Eki Panuku, Auckland Unlimited, Watercare, and obviously Auckland Council.
Yeah, we are considering them a group target.
And will you be bringing a paper to us around the identification of what those productivity gains might be, and can we expect something from the CCOs? And I'm sure that the Mayor has a number of suggestions, for example.
Well, Councillor, as I said, I don't currently have a solution for it. That is, it's a target that we would take on. It would be a group target. To the extent that we can deliver productivity improvements that don't require changes to services or have minimal or no impact on services, then I would expect that they should be within our discretion to deliver those things and wouldn't require a governing body decision. You would expect that of us as leaders to continue to deliver productivity improvements in any event. Without having done the work around how the challenge could be solutioned, I can't say much more than that. But as I say, to the extent that there are potential implications in terms of services or service levels, we would bring those decisions back to the governing body. But we'd have to do the work to determine how we would solution the efficiency targets that we've agreed to take on.
And the other question just goes to the investor update dated March 23 that my fellow councillor John Watson brought to your attention. So it shows a graph of the council's debt, its internal policy limit, but most importantly, the debt to total revenue. So does the downward line still hold as it goes to debt to revenue? So that is still correct?
That is correct based on the long-term plan 21 to 31 and the last published financial statements as at the end of December last year. There are, of course, some differences that have occurred within that debt area, and we'll talk to some of that today in my opening presentation. The most obvious one of those is CRL, which has that 537 million additional on top of the debt. The way in which the revenue line tracks changes a wee bit as well over time. That will all be refreshed during the next long-term plan. That's a broad answer, but generally the answer is yes.
Okay, and the other question I've got is, has there been any modelling done on what a diversified fund might look like, given the projected reductions in interest that the Reserve Bank is projecting, for example, and forecasting out the sort of returns that we were getting from the diversified fund in the past under the excellent management that we had. So what I'm looking for is any modelling around the difference between the cost of capital and the investment return and the contribution that might make to debt, to revenue, and to other things. Have we done any modelling around that?
I think the answer to that question is the modelling we've done on the return from the airport versus the interest costs of selling the share in the airport and the difference between those two. We haven't examined a investment strategy that would include us looking to get a risk-free return above our cost of interest at this point of time, given the amount of debt we currently have. So no, we haven't devoted a lot of time to that. I have looked at the 2017 report on the investment fund and some of the analysis at that time, and I note that within this Mayoral proposed recommendation, there is an element in there that's looking to do that exact analysis that you've talked to.
And it's correct that we don't have an investment strategy at this point. That's correct, isn't it?
No, not entirely. The self-insurance fund has a small portion of investment policy attached to that. And as we know, having gone through ECP and governing body, that's an attempt to manage our insurance costs through some element of self-insurance.
But in terms of a member of the public accessing our information and Googling investment policy, would they find anything? No, I think not. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Lee.
Yes, given we essentially because of the proposed airport sale, have strayed very much into long-term plan matters this year. Can someone tell me when the licences from West Haven Marina, which are due for renewal and potentially, I understand, are worth over 150 million, when will that revenue come due?
Afraid that's a level of detail we'll have to come back to you on, Councillor.
Okay, that's interesting. In terms of the, I like the pre-lunch local board approach, Mr. Mayor, not the after-lunch. But in terms of the cuts, proposed cuts for local board or renewed cuts for local board, which instead of the 16 million and then back to no cuts are now down to a 4 million cut, that strikes me as disproportionate for two reasons. When you think that the AT cuts can be set against their funding of 2.25 billion, it seems to be a disproportionate cut, given most of the other ones have not changed for the local boards. And I'm really concerned that in instituting these cuts, again, the rather delicate and proportional funding of local boards are going to be reversed and will impact adversely on Aotea Great Barrier and Waiheke Island in particular. Is there any comment on that or reassurance on that, please?
Everything has to balance. That's the answer to that one, and you don't want to do anything that provides any income so that we have to have reduced outcome. That was pitched at about the level of what most of the local boards managed to achieve in what they came back with.
There's a lot of anxiety about that, but maybe Councillor Footy has a solution for that. Just one last question, and that on the new document, the very last thing I think it is, F4C, we're talking about a 10-year budget, 2021-31. C, opportunities to increase non-rates revenue from council activities and assets, which is kind of encouraging, but if we measure those revenue activities and from those assets against the debt as we are measuring the airport, which is a genuine productive commercial asset, couldn't it be argued that those assets aren't worth a damn anyway because they will never earn as much as the commensurate debt? Any comment on that, please?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship. I think this goes to a question around asset recycling and the type of assets we hold within our portfolio. We often talk about the $70 billion worth of assets. However, out of that, we've got current assets of 1.1 billion, property, plant and equipment of 63 billion, and investments of 4.2 billion, which includes Auckland Airport and the Ports of Auckland Limited, but also other property investments and some property held for sale. Within that, infrastructure of 43 billion and operational and restricted assets of about 20 billion, includes community facilities, office, public transport assets. So the approach to asset recycling is already embedded within the current long-term plan in this year and is somewhere in the order of 70 million per annum. This asset recycling approach that we've had around the airports is in that investment, property and strategic asset space. The other ones will also need to be treated on their merits, and we do have a program in place to bring back various aspects of that to Council so that we can take those decisions based on the category they fall into.
Just when I hear officers talking about asset recycling because it really means privatisation, jargon for privatisation.
This is subject of a memo that was given to you on the 5th of December around our approach to asset ownership and which ones should be looked at further.
I stand by my point, thank you.
Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you. Kind of further on from Councillor Lee, I just picking up on your comments, Mayor, about selling underperforming assets. I wanted to know, has any analysis occurred of our assets to ascertain their performance or lack thereof?
Thank you for the question, and that's a good follow-up. Indeed, the governing body workshop on the 16th of November last year had a look at the assets other than AIAL shares that council could sell, including the assets held under the investment property portfolio. So we went through that process there. We went through a strategic assessment of the asset ownerships and the suggestion of selling of non-service assets that are performing poorly or underutilised. So that broke down those assets across the 70 billion into the categories that I just described, and talked about the levers or opportunities across those categories. So to go just one level down within that infrastructure space, there's limited opportunities, the council must own them. Within the operational and restricted, there's potential high value or alternative use, so we could consider the scope of the role, the level of investment, or the ownership type, whether to lease or own. And within that investment, activity can be provided without council involvement, so we could be considering full or partial exit and a minimum rate of return if retained. We talked about the investment in the operational and restricted, including the golf assets and Mayoral housing as well, and talked about coming back on both of those issues to council and potentially reduce council's overall investment in those spaces. So we continue to implement the asset recycling and asset sales program as agreed to in the 10-year plan, and we continue to take a multi-year implementation approach to that. Some of the assets don't meet the definition or the criteria that we had of implementable within this time frame due to some of the long-term leases and commitments that are available within them. But rest assured, we continue to look at these for opportunities bring back in front of council.
Thank you. So you said the airport shares weren't part of that process then?
The airport shares are part of this current process. They were looked at as an element within the consultation document, and as you know, there were the 3 options consulted on.
So how was it deduced that we sell the shares then as being an underperforming asset?
I don't believe that I have made a call on the quality or otherwise of the asset or the airport shares. What we have done is produced a financial assessment of the interest savings versus a reduction versus the dividends that come through. So given our particular circumstance as holding debt, the opportunity cost of that investment has been the key dynamic or driver of the assessment that we've put in front of you.
Oh, thank you. So that you wouldn't say that the airport shares were underperforming?
I would refer to our flag staff independent advice, which talks to them as being not undervalued at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in comparison to the golf courses, how was it that we are ending up looking at selling the shares and not golf courses?
I think I mentioned that in terms of the long-term lease aspects and the ability to implement within a short time frame, but also the process of bringing that information back to you. From memory, there's also a reassessment of the golfing strategy, and I think that was kicked off around September last year. So that also will inform those decisions in that area.
So is it fair to say that it's easier to offload the shares than it is golf courses?
There's less commitment to a long-term lease arrangement with the airport shares. They are more fungible.
Right, so it is easier. So we shortchange our future generations because it's easier.
I'm afraid I didn't say it was easier. I just explained the differences between the asset and the ability to realise value and meet the implementatable, sorry, I'm not saying that right, need a water break, and the ability to achieve that within the 1 July time frame.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I said it was easier. Thank you.
One's tradable and one's not. Righto, that brings me to the end of the questions. If there's no more, one more, and then we can go to, after that, we'll ask the staff to retire and we will have a debate.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly to clarify the earlier question in respect of the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. I think it's important to have it on the public record here. I think I have detected this rather general reference in the consultation document about looking at funding for youth centres, plural, to save 20 million. It doesn't still quite explain this one centre then that seems to be singled out and no other centres. And that's certainly reflected in the fact that the Hibiscus Bay's local board seem to be entirely unaware of this also, because they make no comment of it, yet they were a very strong advocate in the last term of council as well. So that really still hasn't been explained satisfactorily to me in respect of what the consequences are for this next year, and again why it would be one centre that gets zeroed in on when the reference is to plural. That seems to be inconsistent and certainly goes to notions of equity. So I'm making that point and would seek a clarification of that.
So, kia ora koutou, and through you, Mr Mayor, if I can just perhaps make a clarification just so that it's not misunderstood. Hibiscus and Baths Youth Centre is the only current regionally funded youth centre, which is why it would have been put forward onto the list as part of the youth centre proposal. So that hopefully creates some clarification for the public and for the councillors.
If I can just add to that, and the supporting information for the consultation document, it did list out a number of the items within regional services, such as climate action sub-initiative, and it had a line there which specifically referred to no regional funding for Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. So it was explicit in the supporting information as part of consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Darby.
Just one last one, and it comes off the back of the question of Councillor Hills on, our rights to a director, etc., on the airport company in the past. I just want to ask. I'm very aware of a body like the Shareholders Association, which has been very effective at annual general meetings of listed companies. Sometimes they buy one share and they turn up. So just going. I know that the airport company has appeared before us on a 6-monthly basis now, as of, I think, 1 year ago, after no, it was a bit more actually. But I'm not aware of us going into an annual general meeting where you have got the opportunity to influence the company. You know that there's motions coming up at the company. I'm not aware of a report coming to us on that. So probably a question of the Chief Executive. Since ACIL was disestablished, have we had reports to give the governing body the opportunity to influence in Auckland an annual general meeting by voting on particular motions, be it auditors or setting remuneration for directors or other motions that might be already prepared? Or have we ever thought about preparing our own motions and seeking the support of other shareholders like HSBC, which has got a big chunk of shares as well? I guess I want some clarification is, have we ever sought to influence through our shareholding? That's my question. Have we ever done that in the time that we've owned well north of $1.5 billion worth of shares?
Councillor, I can only speak for the last, nearly 3 years. Certainly in the time that I've been here, beyond the 6 monthly presentations from the Auckland Airport Corporation to the governing body, I'm not aware of any other actions that we've taken to advocate or to lobby for any particular position in relation to Auckland Airport decision making.
And all of that would be without having a director. There's been the opportunity to advocate but we have not taken up that opportunity to advocate through the channels that are have been at our disposal.
Well, as a shareholder, of course, we do have the rights of a shareholder.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we will still have that, even if we sell down to 10%. There will be no worse off in our ability to do that. I rather unwisely suggested that they might have to raise some capital, and that had an impact beyond what we expected, which shows that you can have an impact. And they stated that they would be only doing it with debt, which is interesting.
Pays to be financially literate, doesn't it?
It does. So, of course, it turns out that I was right, and they're now thinking about having a capital raise. But Councillor Filipaina has one last question before we go to the... Who does? Do you want to add something, Mr. Gudsall, to that or not?
I just looked up the Auckland Airport shareholding policy that we currently have, and it's really around maintenance of the shares and maintaining a strong relationship with directors and senior officials monitoring the risks. Nothing really around the influence of us as a shareholder, but that is something that I think is foreshadowed, has been looked at within the long-term plan discussions.
I think the suggestion that we have a shareholding, a strategy group is probably a bit overdue. I don't have any problem with that. Councillor Filipaina, one last question, and then we go to the Hills, and we might live long enough to get through to the discussion shortly. But
thank you, Your Worship, and this is based on the pātai that Councillor Darby just asked. Peter, do you know when ACIL was at Auckland Council, whether they had a director on the Auckland Airport Board?
I'm needing to refer to the workshop we had when we had individuals who knew that area better than me talk to it. And they talked about the director nomination process, whereby a director nominated by one of our legacy shareholders a nominee was appointed, and that nominee was also nominated by other parties that were looking at directors at the same time. And then we had the question earlier, or the observation by a councillor, that those directors have to act in the best interests of the company itself. So I do believe that there was a nominee that ended up on the board, but not necessarily because they were nominated by the Legacy Council, but because they were nominated in general for their expertise and skills from a number of areas.
And is that at the time of the ACIL at Auckland Council?
Actually, it must have been before that, because it was talked about as being a legacy council.
Yeah, so that's why the question I asked was, when ACIL was within Auckland Council, did they have a director on the Auckland board? I will explain the legacy one to you, but I just wanted to know, when ACIL was here at Auckland Council, did they have a board member or director on there?
As far as I'm aware, no. I've called a friend, and I've been informed that ACL did not have a director to the best of our knowledge.
Thank you. I will phone a friend as well after this. But look, I just one more thing. Did you know how that Legacy Council director, and just to let you know, there were 3 that were nominated, 2 were, I believe, on the board. One was Manukau City Council, the other was Auckland Council, and the other one was Infratil, and they were put forward to the boards. And do you know how many went on?
Councillor, I believe we had this discussion in a workshop. I wouldn't like to add any information more to the expert that discussed that on the day. Okay.
I will talk to you and let you know how that went. But just to let the committee know here that, yes, there were directors put on to the board. We did not, as being pointed out by not only Councillor Williamson but also Peter, they had to act on behalf of the Auckland Airport Board, but the ability for us as a stakeholder, as a shareholder, we had the opportunity to put that through to all the others, to all the shareholders at the airport. And this is why we purchased shares to get to 10.1. That gave us the ability to do that. And as a result of the lobbying through that legacy process, there were 2 directors appointed onto the Auckland Airport Board. Now, whether we say that they could have influence in regards to them being on there, that's conjecture, but I just wanted to point that out as a councillor, and Councillor Newman and Councillor Stewart were there as well. Thank you.
I'll just clarify, they could have been nominated by us, but they have to be voted by a majority of the shareholders.
Totally agree, and Your Worship, that's exactly how we ended up getting at least 2. There was a nomination.
We can still nominate even into the future with only 1 share. And so, but the actual, to become a director, you have to have a majority of the actual shareholders. And we never were a majority shareholder. But we can nominate, and we should consider that in the future. I think it's a point of the additional thing there to have a strategy group.
Totally agree. The reason I mentioned 10.1 is because that is why we purchased extra shares. So then there wasn't an overseas takeover. Hence, I mentioned Emirates, not only at our workshop and now. Hence, I mentioned the Canadian Pensioner Fund, because this is why we purchased it. This is why it's important to ensure that we know how many shares that we need to ensure that there is not a foreign takeover. This is why Manukau City Council and Auckland Council banded together. That's the reason why I've mentioned it, Your Worship. Of course we can. We can nominate as many as we can, and maybe that's what we should do. But my understanding is there was, in the ACIL time, that there was a director on the board. That is why I'm going to ring a friend.
Councillor, thanks. Just a clarification around, and again, this was spoken to in one of the prior workshops. The significance of 10% as a shareholding is only that it can't be acquired on a compulsory basis. We can't be required to sell our shareholding under some sort of scheme of arrangement. Anything below 10% or materially below 10%, we would be at risk of being required to sell should there be a scheme of arrangement for the acquisition of the airport shareholding by someone else. So it has significance in that respect, but beyond that, there's no particular importance to the 10% number.
Right. So, Jim, just to write a reply, my whakaaro was around Legacy Council that Peter mentioned. That was my whakaaro about why we ended up purchasing 10.1. I'm not talking about the situation now we find ourselves, but that is why we ended up doing it. I just wanted to let you know. I'm not talking about now. I'm just.
Righto, we're just wandering off questions. We're wandering into debate, and we haven't got that far yet. And so I still have 3 questions. One from Councillor Hills, one from Councillor Walker, and one from Councillor Lee, but they are to be questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding, in the LTP, we've had a lot of questions around why aren't we looking for other assets to sell. As far as I know, is it correct that in the LTP we've locked in 70 million a year and we're requiring staff we did that 2 years ago, we're asking them to sell 70 million a year, and as far as I remember from Ross Churnside, we only got 56 million last year because it was quite difficult to get to 70.
Through you, Your Worship, I can't quote the exact figure. We're on track for the 70 this year and expect to have the timing of it achieved, albeit with some delay, and that delay was due to COVID-related impacts, which have impacted on the value of some of the assets that we might have wanted to sell.
And the other question on golf courses, because we have had a lot of questions on that. I've asked the question, and maybe I can shortcut to what I've been told, and you could clarify. We cannot, even if we wanted to, we cannot sell all golf courses until their leases expire for one. So that's many years away. Is that correct?
That would be my broad assumption as well, unless you came to some sort of buyout arrangement.
And as far as I know, all the golf courses are under local board control, not governing body control, as a local reserve or park.
Well, I'm getting a nod that most of them are local parks or reserves.
And even if we went through the process, if we wanted to sell a park or reserve, we would A, have to have the lease expire, B, have to have the local board on board, and C, have to have the minister sign off the reserves that, so it could take many, many years, even if we wanted to sell. So,
Yes, I believe that's a fair characterisation, Councillor. Some of the information I provided or that was provided by staff back in December talked to 8 of the current golf course leases ending before 2028, but that's still obviously a few years away from here.
yeah, so just to clarify, I'm not saying that I would sell golf courses, but I'm just, the information I've had is it's a very, very long process, even if we wanted to, so that's why it can't be considered right now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hills. Councillor Walker, a further question?
A very quick question, and it goes to Auckland Airport, and it follows on from Councillor Alf and Chris Darby. And it goes like this. Is Auckland Council and the group effectively able to enhance the performance of the Auckland Airport through a whole range of strategies and funding tools that we have? For example, the council has an economic development strategy. We have a tourism and investment, tourism and events funding to bring international attractions to Auckland. We've got transport improvements that have an impact on the airport, its employment, its freight logistics and so on. And other forms of infrastructure development, also funding for sports and stadiums. I mean, that's just a snapshot, and there are others. So I'm just wanting to establish that Auckland Council and the group have a significant propensity to assist the airport, irrespective of any shareholding, but obviously the shareholding might add to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Quite a difficult question, but I think the key differentiation for me is the degree to which Auckland Airport itself is a strategic asset versus our shareholding in the airport and what that can do by itself. Hence the assessment that's done within the consultation document and indeed the staff advice on the Mayoral proposal, which suggests that the 18% does not, you don't need the 18% to ensure ownership control imperatives are met. Your examples around the influence that a council can have on the city, whether that be Auckland Airport or other aspects, I think are well made.
Essentially, they go to the Auckland Airport being a strategic asset for Auckland, just as the ports is, and obviously we have an influence in that when we're interested in the success of the port.
I've got one more question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you. In regard to the debt to revenue ratio, and I see part of the new recommendations is to reduce that debt to revenue limit to reflect the reduction of debt from the sale of Auckland International Airport Limited shares. In other words, lower the debt to ratio revenue. Currently, our policy is a conservative 290%, and it's currently at 250, and we expected the ratio to shift below 220% with the sale of the airport shares, all of them. So that will be slightly different, one imagines. That, I take it, is a long-term plan policy, formal policy of the council.
That is correct. The debt to revenue limits or any limits around debt need to be part of the financial strategy within the long-term plan. And as a long-term plan policy, to change that, you would need to go through an LTP amendment or the adoption of an LTP. So the long-term plan is the appropriate time to consider that. In terms of the level that you pick, I guess our advice would be to be get information on all of the things that might influence debt. So the things that Peter talked about at the start of today, in terms of City Rail Link, making space for water and all those other things that may have an influence. You want to be aware of all of those impacts. Perhaps also the impact of the affordable waters transition as well. So there's a range of things that our advice would be for you to consider all of that through the long-term plan and then decide what debt limits you'd like to put in place at that point.
Am I right in saying it strikes me as peculiar that we would make a major decision like selling the significant share portfolio, 2.35 billion, and then in order to lower debt, and then after that, as almost as an afterthought, we should lower our debt to revenue ratio. Would that be ideal policy making or even rational policy making? It's the cart before the horse, surely.
Thank you. I think I'll take that on board as a comment rather than a question.
Another question. The 10% level, that protects this council's holding from a corporate raider. Is that sort of activity?
No, we don't believe so.
Well, put it this way, it prevents a buyer forcing us to sell, right? Did I hear you say that?
I said that, Councillor, and I need to correct that. If I could, we would need 25% shareholding to stop a 100% takeover by a scheme of arrangement under the Companies Act. The Takeovers Code would require 90% threshold, so it doesn't get used very often. That was my reference to the 10%. So we would need a 25% or more shareholding in order to stop a 100% takeover of the
Okay, but a minimum 10% constitutes a blocking stake in the sense that our holding couldn't be compulsorily liquidated. Is that right?
No, that was the clarification I've made.
So in their own document, we're saying Auckland Council to amend shareholding policy to specify a minimum 10% blocking stake. That's
the reason the word blocking stake was used in the consultation document was that it was used in the amendment in the council's resolution. So the council's resolution required us to describe it as a blocking stake. So that's the reason why the consultation document says blocking stake.
The council would continue to hold a blocking stake against the takeover of AIAL under the Takeovers Code. That's one of the advantages of a partial sale, is that right?
That is probably technically correct, but no one really uses the Takeovers Code because of that threshold. And they use a scheme of arrangements, and you need 25% plus to stop 100% takeover by scheme of arrangement under the Companies Act. So I think that's the
very hard.
I think that's the specifics.
Story. I would say the people of Auckland are more worried about Auckland Council than a corporate raider.
I think also we could refer to the next line that follows up the piece you just quoted out. Would partially, but yes, you stopped at the comma, unfortunately. The council would continue to hold a blocking stake, quote marks, against the takeover of AIL under the Takeovers Code, comma, but not against a scheme of arrangement.
My last question, Mr Mayor, probably more to you as a leader of this council than anyone else. The decision to go for a partial sale, I heard you talking about, we can discuss next year, or next month, I guess, ideas around a director and the council becoming more involved in Auckland Airport. Is the partial sale a strategic decision by yourself or simply a tactical decision given that a complete sell down does not look likely? is there a changing of views here, or changing of perspective?
No, everything I'm doing is in order to come up with a sustainable, balanced budget that gains a majority around the council. And I have compromised on everything in order to get there. But it appears that not everybody is prepared to compromise, but a number are. And that's a very grown-up thing to do, and I'm very pleased about that. Now, I've one last question booked for me, but before I get to that one, I just want you to hold that for a second. We're now running out of time. It would appear that we're not going to get to the full end of this today. I'm well aware that there is at least one, if not two, if not more, amendments being proposed. I'd like to have those tabled now, if it's possible, so that we can all, so that we can all consider those, and then following that, I would adjourn the meeting so that we've got all night long to think about them, and then we will reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you could just hold that question until then, I'd like to table those, and I'd allow that question in the morning before we consider the impact of the amendments. But I think we need to have, we did say today we would definitely adjourn at each amendment so we could consider that. So I would like to have those people who have amendments, please table them now, and then we will let John make his question a bit later after that. Otherwise, it's unfair on those who are tabling the amendments, because they need to be considered by both staff and ourselves so that appropriate questions and responses which come from those amendments can be considered carefully. I think that's quite fair. So if at this stage here, I'm going to temporarily hold the questions with one left to go, step back the staff from here, go into comments, which allows for the tabling of amendments, and bearing in mind that the last 6 questions have been pretty bloody close to comments. So if you have an amendment, it's appropriate that you move it now and second it, and then we can consider it overnight. And if there are other ones, we'll have those as well, if that's possible. That results in a good process where we can all consider the impacts. Both staff are able to answer any questions to make sure that we get to understand them, and then we'll reconvene with morning with questions about the amendment, followed by the consideration of the amendments, and then we'll go where we're going to go. Okay, so that's that's my ruling at the moment. Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson, perhaps we'll let your question sit so that it is all cleared away. You are the last question.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that, and it really goes to to the notion of the partial sale, and I did want to take advantage of the institutional memory of some of the officers who have been round a while, because I see a lot of parallels between what's being proposed in the partial sale and what happened with the diversified assets portfolio. And I just want to be very clear that my understanding is correct, because that will be of use to me tomorrow if we convene there. And I just wanted to confirm that when the council disposed of the 335 million of the diversified assets portfolio, that advanced first on a partial sale of 100 million that was drawn down from the fund to reduce council borrowings, and then within 13 months we had the sell down of the remaining 237 million. So that with the diversified assets portfolio, the first step was partial, and the following up a little over a year later saw the rest of the fund. So the whole fund was sold down within 13 months. Is that my recollection correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, staff, move away, please.
Your Worship, before you get in, and I hate to do this because I just want to sort out the process that you've just outlined. If there is an amendment tabled, and I want some advice from from Sandra, if there is an amendment tabled, my understanding with standing orders is that we then have to end up debating it.
Yes.
And that we will debate it And then depending on how that process finishes, we will then seek the second amendment if there is. So is that what we're going to do? We're going to get the
Yes, we are, but we're going to table it now so that we can consider it tonight, and when we reconvene, we will debate the amendment.
Okay, Your Worship, it's around reconvening is what I'm confused about. Because my understanding is that when we start debating, it'll be questions, everything else, and then either that, Your Worship, or I'm just sort of suggesting that we can stop now, because and then end up either coming back next week. I know you mentioned 10 a.m. because I know that the amendment that's going to be tabled that Lotu has put out to Sandra and everybody else around the table, that's going to take at least an hour. I have no doubt at all with...
Well, this gives everybody a chance to consider what the amendment is, and we will reconvene and go through the normal processes, which is debate, questions, and then debate on the amendment. And the amendment will become the thing that we are considering. The only thing that's happened is it's run up against 5 o'clock, which is the extension which we have at the moment, and I think it's sensible for that. So if there is one, please table it, and we'll have the opportunity to consider that tonight, so we have a sensible questions and debate in the morning about something which you haven't seen.
Sorry, Worship, are you indicating that you would like me to table it now and move it now?
I am asking you to do that now, and then we will know what it is that's tabled. And then, if there's another one, I'll ask it as well, because it allows everyone the chance to understand what it is that changes. And in the morning, we come back and we go through the process.
All right, kia ora. I'm happy to move my amendment that's been tabled now then. And
Seconded by
Councillor
Filipinos.
Kia ora. And happy to reserve my right to speak tomorrow.
Okay, we're just having a bit of advice. We're on course. We're not breaking any rules. And would you like to say your table? I don't know what the amendment is yet. Where is it? Oh, here it is in front of me. Okay, we'd like to agree the budget levers with you.
So it's this.
Okay, we're going to receive this. Do I call it out?
Sorry, question, Councillor. Has everybody had a copy of your amendment?
I did ask staff to print copies and send it out. Yes.
Yeah, we're just getting it. Thank you. Yeah, I've just got it now, my one, so I'm just going for a quick read, if that's all right.
Now or tomorrow morning?
Okay, are there any more amendments to come? If there are some, would you like to table those now as well?
I'm trying to do that.
No rush.
I have to do it digitally, I understand.
I've just given them my copy.
We'll send some help around for you. The point of receiving those, it just makes it easy for you to consider them tonight. And so when we come back tomorrow morning, we'll have provided the thought for this.
Just a point of order while we're all thinking. Could I just get some advice on the process around, do we ask questions on this or is this purely debate? And who would we ask questions for?
I think first thing, we'll open tomorrow with questions on this, and then then we'll go through the places. The first one tabled, and then we will debate it and vote on it, and then we'll deal with the next one. And if we live long enough and we knock those over, we might get around to what I tabled, which would be nice, but I may not. It depends on the success of these. Okay, so these are important, so we're going to collect them, consider them, and come back in the morning. That's the plan, and I believe that's quite in order. I have the power to do that. It's not.
Just to be clear, Mr Mayor, I thought we'd finished the questions and that we're essentially going into debate, and this was an amendment.
An amendment, so it means we have to deal with this one.
Yeah.
And then we go right through that, and then the next one, if there's another one, will follow.
I guess my point is, I don't think you have the capability to recall officers to be questioned on it, because it's not appropriate to question the movers and seconders. That's not allowed for in standing orders. So I'm assuming we move straight into debate of the amendment. That is my understanding correct?
In the morning when we reconvene, we will have to, there will be questions, and we will have to ask staff to come back depending on what those questions are, because we will need to know the implications of those of the questions.
Can I make a suggestion?
Under questions, we have staff present, but then when we finish questions, they leave and we go into debate. What's going to happen tomorrow morning is questions will follow about this with staff present. When we finish the questions, then we'll have a debate about this, then we'll put it, and it'll either stand or fall. And if it falls, we'll go to the next one, and the same process will take place. And then hopefully we get through that, and we might do the other one, or we might still be talking, and we might be debating back here next week. I cannot tell the future.
Can I make a suggestion as to process? Because standing orders actually doesn't allow for questioning once we move into debate, and we need to be in debate for people to be able to move amendments. And so my suggestion is that people are tabling their amendments now, which I think is a good and transparent idea, and I support that. And what we do in the morning is perhaps we have an open workshop where questions can be asked, and then we re-adjourn the meeting and go straight into debate. Because there isn't as Councillor Watson's point out, who do we ask the questions of? Thank you.
That's not a bad idea, and it's up to my discretion, and I'll give that some thought tonight too. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Ferry. We are receiving this one as the first one, and we'll think about that tonight.
Sorry, just while we're talking about process, risky suggestion, and I have childcare commitments, but I wonder whether we start at 9 if we all can. We need the time. No? All right. We need the time. I want to finish it tomorrow.
Okay. And two answers to that. I would say that from the grimaces there, 10 o'clock is where we're going to be. I'm sorry about that, but you're welcome to come in early and look around the room. Question under Standing Order 1.2.8. Questions can be asked. Questions can be asked of staff under where we're going. Okay, so I'm just waiting around to receive these so that we all get them before we go, which is good. And I would like to commend everybody for the way that we've carried out the debate today. It's been a long and for some of us quite stressful day, and for other ones have just cruised through.
Is Councillor Walker able to tell us what his amendment is verbally?
Councillor Walker, can you give us an idea verbally of what your amendment is while you're just clicking it all?
He wants to nationalise his holding.
While this is being resolved, can it be advised as to whether we can leave papers here overnight so that we don't have to take everything with us?
It would appear that what Councillor Walker wants is to discuss the addition of the Hibiscus Coast Youth. And now that's something which we will have to take as an amendment to mine if we get back to my one, okay? Well, it's entirely possible, depends on how nice you are. But the main one that we have to debate first thing in the morning in question will be Councillor Furley's one, which is a comprehensive change, amendment. Okay.
This will be the second amendment.
The second one from
Watson will be that the funding be reinstated for the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre in the 2023-24 budget.
Okay. Got that. Please go home and study up Councillor Fooley's amendment. One last crack of the dice. Councillor Darby has a question.
Mayor, I am considering, so I'll foreshadow a possible amendment to amend the sell down percentage from around 8 to 6. That pays down debt 800 million rather than $1 billion, and then it adjusts the Roman 9 at under debt to 90 million, I believe, from the previous number 80. But I need to just check some numbers on that. I'm foreshadowing it. I'm not finalised.
No, we're not. You're not being ruled out by this. I'm just getting the ones that are complete. So at this stage here, I'm going to move a motion to adjourn it because we've now just gone past 5, which is where we were. So it's been seconded.
Mayor, can I foreshadow an amendment to factor in the possible dividend due in October into borrowing projections? I'll do that tomorrow if that's okay.
Yeah, if I can manage to understand that, I'll accept it. That's very good.
And can I say congratulations on excellent chairing of this very difficult meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, all those in favour of knocking it on the head at 5 o'clock now, thank you. Please say aye. To the contrary, thank you. 10 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sorry about that, Shane Henderson. But we're reconvening at 10. Good luck with the children.